shall we say, a planar surface, right? Everybody trains on a planar surface. You see the plane go up, you see it level off, flies to its distance in a level manner, then it goes down and lands. I mean, it's very
People
simple
train
Yeah, but
on a
that,
train
plane.
on the
yeah,
earth.
When you're talking
the
about a
plane,
spinning,
the plane cruising. It's a balance between like gravity and lift due to the density. So the plane stays at that density layer of the atmosphere. So even if that was curved, the plane would follow that density curve density gradient. Or yeah, so there's no big difference there.
well, except that every pilot is trained on a planar stationary surface, right?
No.
No, they're
No,
not.
we
Train on
do.
earth.
No, it's not
No.
either way. We don't talk about curvature or anything like that when we fly. But the gentleman's
Of course
correct.
not.
It doesn't matter. The plane would fly the same in either model.
Yeah, that's an assumption. You admit that you train on a planar stationary surface, right?
No, I didn't. No, I
So I
didn't.
mean,
I
No.
said we don't. We don't train on a planar stationary surface. We don't give it any thought.
yeah, but you assume when you're flying, you're assuming that you're flying over a planar stationary surface. There's no mention.
No.
Did they ever mention to you that the Earth is moving or anything like that? That
Well,
it's curving?
yeah, there is
But
curvature when you're talking about radio and flying your your VHF omnidirectional radio signals that you have to be at a certain altitude to pick up those signals because of the curvature of the Earth, and it says it right in the manual. But as far as I mean, we just don't talk about it. We take those things into consideration, and it's not
Like Fight Club.
planar and stationary. We just fly.
Yeah, but think about it, bro. You never talk about the surface you're flying on. Think about that for a minute.
It's like Fight Club, Flight
no,
Club.
well,
Fight Club, exactly.
Oh, that was good.
Huh.
That was good.
well, according
Yeah,
to
that's why I brought it up.
my neighbor, he's a pilot in SAS, and he says everything they do is based on a globe. And what you're talking about is these simulation when they do calculations and stuff like that. It's not like a manual or training kind of thing for pilots. It's just a simulation of how aircraft works.
Yes, that's the best explanation.
Well, like I said, you train over a non-rotating
No,
surface,
they
planar
don't.
surface, and you assume you're on a globe. I mean, what can I say?
No, that's not how it works.
No, pilots don't do that. What you are referring to is actually simulations of aircraft and how aircraft behaves. That's why they keep them rigid, no change in fuel or nothing.
Yeah. If SC, do you think that pilots should be able to, like, do you think that the question of whether pilots are trained is relevant to the flat Earth?
No, it's just a thing that it's just one of the things that you think about
Yeah.
when you think about your globe, right? I mean, it should be taken into effect. Like I say, if you're training for an aircraft carrier,
No.
you're training to land on a moving object, right? And it's not even moving close to the speed they say the Earth is going. So, I mean, I think it's relevant.
Yeah, but the aircraft carrier is only moving for the pilot. The aircraft carrier is sort of stationary, even though it's moving, because that's his reference point.
Well, not really. It's moving. There's no question about it. And there's no question that you got to take special training to land on an aircraft carrier. Like, I'm sure a left lane, as good as he is of a pilot, there's no chance he'll be able to land on an aircraft carrier.
I bet it could.
Right, left lane?
Hey, I could as simulator.
I don't want to test myself. If I trained for it, I sure could.
Yeah, if you train for it. But I'm saying right now, having not trained landing on a moving surface, how do you think you would do?
In my 150, I bet you I can.
At a slow speed, maybe you might be able. Yeah, but if you're flying one of those big, those F-16s, like I've seen how they do it, and it's pretty scary, man.
See, you could do the calculation to determine to what degree the Earth is moving compared to the plane versus the aircraft carrier moving compared to the plane.
Hello?
And then see how many decimal points is it less than the aircraft carrier moving? And if it's that minute, is it worth building into the simulation?
I don't know. To me, that's an issue. I mean, if you guys don't think it's an issue, it's fine.
I mean, what percentage compared to the Earth is the aircraft carrier moving, or vice versa, do you reckon?
Very slight. What's it going at? How many knots do those things top? Is 20 knots or something? An aircraft carrier? So it's not moving
They
faster
land
than
on
that.
top speed, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And then
Yeah,
what's
probably
the
slow it down.
equivalent of the Earth moving versus the plane just sliding over the surface? A millions? 100,000?
But
I
isn't it
wouldn't say a million, but yeah.
But isn't it the relative speed between the carrier and the aircraft, and not the carrier and the ground?
Yeah, but the aircraft and the carrier versus the aircraft and the ground.
It's not a big difference, right? But imagine, you make the point good. It's not that much of a big difference, but it's still
It's a
so
massive
much
difference.
harder for a pilot to
It's a massive difference.
land on that.
I'm saying the Earth moving relative to the airplane is like a 100,000th the differential of the airplane and the carrier. That's a guess. That's a total guesstimate, but it's minute.
Maybe I misunderstood your question. Are you saying what's the difference between how fast the Earth is moving in relation to how the plane and the aircraft carrier would be? Is that what you're asking?
No, two circumstances. You've talked about they train over a flat stationary plane. We're saying they don't. And yes, they train to land on a moving carrier. So how different is training to land on a non-stationary Earth versus training to land on a non-stationary carrier? What is the difference between the amount of non-stationary, as an example, between those two
Not a
scenarios?
lot. What, 10 knots? 10 knots? I mean, if I'm
No, relative
understanding
to the
your
plane.
question.
Not the difference between the aircraft carrier and the Earth. The difference between the plane and the carrier, situation A, and the plane and the ground, situation B.
Like I told you, 10 knots.
The 10 knots is the
If it's
aircraft carrier
stationary,
moving over the
it's
ground.
the ground is stationary.
Even if the ground isn't stationary, it's 10 knots for the carrier because the carrier is on the ocean, like there's two distinct circumstances, plane and ground, plane and carrier.
Okay, what's your
In
point?
10 seconds of flight time, how much does the Earth move relative to the plane and how much does the carrier move relative to the plane? The Earth's going to be like millimeters. The carrier is going to be multiple meters. That's the differential I'm getting at. And if that's the case, what good does, it's effectively training over flat and stationary ground because the ground would be moving so little in relative to the plane, right? It would be
I don't know about that, bro. You should, before you say anything.
No, SC's right. It's 10 knots, bro. Because in your model, there is no difference. Because the plane is moving with the Earth.
You're coming in half baked to an already existing conversation, from what it sounds like. So, what are you saying?
Nah, dude. I mean, first of all, dude, I can come in whenever the fuck I want. Who the fuck are you to tell me when somebody can come in or not? And second, bro, you're just dismissing my point.
You're a man of God. Don't curse.
No, he's right. Let him come in. Well, of course he could come in.
So in their model, in your model, right? The Earth is as if it's motionless and stationary.
Cool.
There is no differential between the plane and the Earth, like you're saying. You're saying millimeters. No, there's literally none.
That's why he's saying
There's
it's
literally
really
none, then there wouldn't be any
Right.
Coriolis. So I don't think
I'd
that's our
ratio
model.
it.
What does that mean? Yeah,
The Coriolis is an effect, dude. It's a pseudo force. It's another topic.
Pseudo-force
Dude. It's a red
caused by
herring.
differential in motion. So
what does that mean? Coriolis is an effect because it happens with rotating rotating
Lanes.
setups. Like for example, you can do it on on a merry-go-round. Like the merry-go-round is rotating. If you spin a ball on it, you will see how the ball turns towards the center. You know, it's just an effect of a rotating
Rotation is
system.
caused by the differential of the
Right.
merry-go-round underneath the ball as it travels in its own direction. So that's why I'm equivocating it.
Right. You see, the rotating ball kind of puts it in its small little rotating frame, like the aircraft, or like the wind, the upper level jet streams. They're kind of like in their own little reference frame. So they're in the Earth's rotation system. So they're going to experience that Coriolis effect. That's just how it is.
I get what you're saying, and flat earthers make the same argument that aren't aware regarding the rotating frame and the non-rotating frame, the inertial frame and the non-inertial frame. You know, flat earthers used to say, well, how come if you hover a helicopter in one place for 12 hours, the Earth doesn't move underneath it? And then, you know, after you actually learn physics, you find out that that's not how it works. Because the helicopter is actually being carried by the whole system.
Right.
Oh, did a flat earther just make sense?
Right, it just
I'm
made
saying
sense.
the old
Pretty good.
arguments,
Good.
these old arguments don't work anymore, dude, for flat Earth. And it's funny, the Globers are now making them the same argument. You're acting like there would be some. Go ahead.
That might is.
Don't interrupt
Right,
him,
it's
guys.
not-
Let him
it's not
let him
a-
get his sentence out, man.
Well, no, the thing is, bro, I'm just still manning your model, bro. Like, I don't think
Ryan,
the Earth is in motion.
Last I checked, an
you
F-18 doesn't hover above an aircraft carrier and then land on it. So I agree with what you're saying about the helicopter, but that's not applicable to this situation.
I want Lion to talk to New Perspective.
Now, I have talked to New Perspective about it, and we happen to disagree on this specific point. Because your model does have a rationalization for it. You can't actually hash it out with dynamics. You know, you kind of just you explain it away. But you don't actually have the forces needed to keep the whole atmosphere in lockstep, in harmony with the surface of the Earth.
Gravity.
Friction.
Go ahead.
Fluids have friction. Quick, fluids do have friction, though.
Yeah, but
When you say
in
we don't
fluid
have the
dynamics,
forces, we actually do.
in
They're
fluid
actually
dynamics,
present because fluid friction exists.
I know, but friction's not enough to actually substantiate why the whole atmos is in lockstep
Why
with the
not?
surface of the Earth, because it's not physically connected like a rod, right? It's
There
fluid.
is some physical way, but there is
Fluids
some
have
physical
friction, therefore there's enough force. There you go. That's the answer.
There is connection there still. Right? Like
momentum.
gases are like kind of sticky. Right, sticky. It's kind of maybe not intuitive thing, but yeah, it's easy to show that.
No,
We have experiments to show like how gases, when you like put I can show you videos if you want, man.
No, I get what you're saying. It's explanatory. Hold on, dude. Wait, let me respond to that. It's explanatory. You can explain it away and rationalize it away, but you actually can't demonstrate it. You have no force that will keep the atmosphere in lockstep. No, because you have to understand that from.
Hey, you stop interrupting, guys. We
Clean
gotta
this shit
go
up.
one at a time, guys. Please, one at a
Clean
time.
this shit up right the fuck now.
You're
fucking
dealing
dog
with
shit.
you're dealing with a fluid, guys. Right? You're dealing with a fluid. You have to explain dynamically what is causing the
Okay, I'm
whole
gonna start muting people. I'm gonna start muting people.
Fuck.
What
This
is causing the
motherfucking
whole? Hold
asshole.
on, dude. What is causing the whole atmosphere
No,
from
idiot,
from
clean
two
the
inches?
dog
Hold
shit
on,
up.
dude. We already heard your
Clean
explanation,
up the
right?
dog shit, you fucking ass.
Come on, guys. Come on,
It's all
guys.
good. I came in hot. I came in hot. It's all good. But listen, hold on, bro. I'm still talking. I'm still
The next guy that interrupts, the next guy that interrupts Lion, I'm gonna mute
I have
him.
not been able to finish.
Hello.
I feel like Noah.
Please, hold on one
Modding.
second, SE. Hold on, SE. I'm modding, guys.
Listen, please, it's a chaos. Everyone talking to each other. It's not helping. Lion, go.
Real quick, dude. I'll be concise, right?
But lion,
So this is the problem. No, dude, wait. It's my turn, bro. He said.
No, it's not
He
your
said
turn.
lion go. He said lion go, dude. I have
I
not been
didn't
able
hear
to
that.
finish my sentence. Please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear when he said that. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll simmer down. Everybody relax. Let me just say this, right? So if you're 2 inches above the ground or 35,000 feet, that chunk of atmos is in sync with the surface of the earth. It's even though it's a fluid, it's in sync, relatively in sync, right? And yes, we can consider dynamic forces like wind and low pressure and high pressure systems. That's irrelevant. You can still have that, right? But you can't. You have to explain what is causing that all to be in sync. Go ahead.
Okay, wait. So first
Well,
of
it's
all,
really simple.
wait.
If you've got the air close to the surface moving the same speed as the surface, yeah,
no,
and then you have the air above that is there's friction with that layer, okay, and there's friction with the next layer over, say, let's just say 100 years. Even though that's a really, really grossly short time span, the air would all eventually start moving at about the same speed because the friction from one layer to the next layer to the next layer would eventually cause them all to go to the same speed. You're saying that's not enough force, but you're not explaining why it's not enough force, because what I'm describing is what would make the air move. You're not describing what would make the air stop moving.
Wait. Can I explain this? But wait. I have to go in a second. And I'm also have a PhD in Instinct, right? Which is a horrible band, by the way. Bad band. Instinct, bad band. So I want you to imagine.
You're pretty good.
I want you to imagine, like a container of water, and then like a cylinder that you put in it, right? That is rotating, right? It has no paddles, nothing. It is just a clean, smooth cylinder that you put in, this like a container of water, and you then spin it. What's gonna happen to the water?
The water, it's gonna vortex. It's gonna spin.
Really? Why?
Where water, when water spins, it vortex. Like, what's your point?
Well, okay, that's it. See, that's a fluid, right? That's a fluid dynamics kind of proof. Okay, and imagine you have a gas now. What do you think is going to happen to the gas if you do the same thing?
It's gonna vortex like a tornado or a hurricane.
There we go. It's almost like gas is sticky, right? The particles of gas stick together to some extent. It's like literal fucking experiments about this. I could show you the videos if you want.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to explain, dude, is that unlike a vortex, right? The whole system is in sync, right?
That's
And
what
it's
it
not
proves.
it's not physically connected, right? Like I would understand if it was physically connected, like a solid, like a rod.
But it
If you
is.
stuck
They're atoms.
hold on, hold on, dude. If you had a steel rod connected to the surface of the earth and it went out to the ionosphere, that rod, because it's physically connected, would be experiencing the same angular velocity from the surface to the very end of it, to the extremity of it, right? Because it's physically connected. With fluids, you don't have that because there's something called the tangential velocity. Tangential velocity, right? Where you have tangential velocity where it's not completely in sync, and the force would have to multiply all the way out to the extremities of the ionosphere. It would have to multiply to keep all the fluid in sync. Where's that force coming from? That added energy.
Well, it's
You
not
were given a
necessarily
force
like
that makes it move. You are not telling us what force would make it not move as fast at the top layer. You're saying it wouldn't move as fast. You didn't give a reason why it wouldn't move as fast at the top.
Yeah, because every observation that we have in nature, you don't have the fluids in sync. And
You were
fluid
just given an
dynamics, it doesn't
example.
exist.
Why do you keep mentioning this, man?
No, that's not an example. That's not an example because even in a vortex, the fluid is not. No, it's not.
Yeah, even in a vortex, all of the fluid has the same angular velocity. All of it.
Exactly.
It,
No
it
difference.
might be
No,
it might be
there.
lagging behind,
So it's all
Hold on, let me.
spinning.
but
So where's your
No,
problem
because
now?
it's not in sync to the extent that the Earth is in sync. There's still a differential
stop
between
mentioning this
the
band. Jesus Christ.
there's still a differential, dude, between the inner circle, the nucleus, and the
Stop
outside.
talking rubbish.
No, that's not correct. If you
Okay,
have a
let me pull up
cylinder
the
full of,
source. Okay,
if
let me
you
pull up
have
the
a
source.
cylinder full of, if you have a cylinder full of gas and you spin the cylinder, the gas inside will eventually all have the same angular velocity as the cylinder. That's what happens.
Then
Yeah,
explain why in your model the
we're not dealing
velocities
with a
change
cylinder
as
though.
you change altitude.
Sorry, yes, we're not dealing with a cylinder though. That's a false equivalence. I mean, you can use it as a proof of concept, but it's a false equivalence.
Fluid motion is not a false equivalence to fluid motion. That's bullshit.
We're dealing with a sphere, not a cylinder.
We're dealing with
But
fluids in motion.
well, the analogy of of the cylinder is the surface of the Earth, right? Basically, right? Or I can even talk about gravity, because gravity, of course, is going to kind of pull on this, right? But just
Or
the
you could use a
cylinder itself.
basketball, the air inside a basketball.
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna spin. It's gonna spin with it.
It can't be demonstrated. You don't have
Yeah,
an
we
experiment.
have-
It's just
unfortunately, can't
hypothetical.
show
It's an
this.
it's an explanation for what might be happening.
There,
It's
I
it's
wish
a
I could remember
rationalization.
the
You don't
term.
actually have
Oh,
observation of what you're saying.
And
there.
what you don't
Look,
have, you're saying the air couldn't move as fast in the outer layer. You're not explaining why it wouldn't move as fast in the outer layer. We have a reason why the air would move as fast at the outer layer. That is fluid friction between all of the layers, right? That was the explanation given to you for why it wouldn't move as fast. You're saying that's not good enough. It still wouldn't move as fast, but you're not saying why.
Yes, I told you why. Because the force, the kinetic force needed would have to multiply as you hold on as you
Learn
went up. Because
bloody physics, you idiot.
hold on, dude. Because what we have, right, is larger and larger circumferences due to the nature of reality. As you move up, right, with every layer, you have a larger circle that has to encompass the entire Earth. That larger circle is going to make the fluid lag behind. It's going to lag behind. So what we
You don't know what
you
you're
don't
talking
have the
about.
lag. You don't have the lag. You have it's completely in sync in your model.
Okay,
Hey,
that's
hold on, guys.
incorrect.
Is that
They wouldn't
Professor
have to
Phil I
lag
hear?
behind. The
What's
fluid would
happening?
all just
Hold
have
on.
the same
Professor
angular
Phil.
velocity as the thing that is rotating. That's what the actual explanation is. What you're saying
If
is the force would have to multiply, which doesn't make any sense. I have no idea why you said that. That's not physics.
it's okay, so when you have a track, right, the inner lane is shorter than the outer lane. The people running on the outer lane have to run further in order to catch up to the inner lane. What would it have to do, Brainiac? They would
Okay,
have to
gas
run what?
molecules are not runners on a track.
Faster.
Okay, gas molecules are not
101, dude.
runners on a track. They don't have to keep applying a force in order to keep moving. That's not how gas works.
In order to be in sync with the runner in the inner lap, they would have to run
We're still gonna deal with that.
faster. Where is that force coming from in your model? Especially when it's not physically attached. You're saying that friction would do it. No, friction would not do it.
Okay,
The guy in the
Lion,
inner lane is
real quick, I
pulling
need you to
along the
hear
one
what
on the
I'm saying
outside lane.
because you didn't
It's not
listen
that
last
difficult.
time. Gas molecules don't have to run with little legs on a track. That's not how they keep moving. That's not how physics works.
Clearly, somebody needs to go back to English class and understand literary devices. He doesn't know what an analogy is, and he's
It's
rebuttaling
not
an
analogous
analogy.
because gas
Holy
molecules
shit,
don't
dude.
apply a force to keep moving.
You need guidance in physics and in English apparently now.
And in physics, gas molecules do not apply a force in order to keep moving. That's not what physics says.
Who is this fool?
Anyways, I'm
Hey,
backing out, dude. I'm
Professor,
getting
how's
too
it
hot.
going? Long time.
I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead, Essie. I'm sorry, dude. Go ahead.
I just want to say hi to Professor Phil. It's been a long time. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, thanks, SE. Good to hear you too.
Good stuff. Go on, guys. Sorry, I just, Professor, it's been a long time since I talked to him.
I think the analogy about the race around the guy in the inner lap is dragging the one guy in the outer lap with him, transferring force from the
You've
inner
got to
lap to the
consider
outer lap.
conservation of momentum, okay? The Earth is spinning, and everything that's with it will spin as well.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, but you have to explain what's causing it to be completely in sync. Because I understand with friction, you would have some type of conservation of momentum, but you wouldn't preserve the energy completely all the way out to the extremities of the ionosphere. And in your
Preserve
model,
the
it's all
energy.
in sync, it's all in harmony, it's all in lockstep. How do you
Like it
preserve
when
that
science
energy when it's
literally
not
tries
even
to figure out
physically
science.
attached? It's not even
Tell us-
physically attached.
All right, okay, all right. Tell us why you think it would stop. It would. What would give it brakes? What would stop it from
He thinks
spinning?
the analogy is runners on a track.
I would expect it to lag behind.
Why?
As you went up, because that's the
Why?
nature of fluid dynamics. That's
No,
the
it's
nature of
not.
it. That's what we
That's not
observe
the
in
nature
nature.
of fluid
That's your
dynamics. That's your
problem.
analogy that you fucked up.
That's your
If you-
problem.
if
you
you-
don't understand fluid dynamics, do you? You just say it.
If you
Because
put a
you're the
bunch
person
of
who thinks the
hold
Earth
on,
is
if you
flat,
put a
don't you?
dude, if you put a bunch of peas in a vortex, right, and you watched it vortex, even if you started all the peas and theoretically you had them all in sync through some string, right? Eventually you would start noticing, right, as you start vortexing the thing, it would lag behind. They would on the outer edge of the vortex, they would lag behind from the ones on the inner. And
There's no
in your model,
reason.
actually, this is what if you look it up in your model, you guys say that over billions of years, that eventually the outer circumference pocket of air, whatever you want to call it, chunk of air, eventually caught up with the vortex in the inside, and it became in sync. That you guys said it happened over millions of years. That's in your model. You guys explained that the reason that it's in sync now is because it harmonized over millions and billions of years. Seriously, go look it up.
What you guys?
It's harmonized. What the fuck?
Listen.
Let's let one guy go with
instead of racing off your mouth, try to learn something. Okay. In fact, the higher up you go, the less likely it is to lag. If it's moving, what is up there that's going to stop it from moving? Why should it lag?
I already explained. I already explained that, dude. I already
understand it. You don't.
I already explained it.
No,
you guys,
what you
it wasn't
explained is wrong.
satisfactory. And I already told you in your own model the reason. Hold on. The reason that the Atmos right now is in sync, is in lockstep with the surface of the Earth, is because over 1 billion years it all synced together. But I'm serious.
So that's our explanation for where we have it now. Wonderful.
I'm serious. That's your own model, dude. For real.
And that's what we observed. So what's the problem?
with that?
Well, first you were arguing, right, that it wouldn't be like that, but it would be like that. That it would be lagging behind. Yes, it would be lagging behind.
No, it's not. Why would it be lagging behind? Why?
Because there's a larger circumference. There's a larger circumference.
That's nothing to do with
as you move up. It's the nature of circles, dude. It's a larger circle. As you
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You see, your problem is you've got a childlike understanding of physics. You actually don't understand it at all, do you? Now, instead of mouthing off, you could learn something. Why don't you do that?
Yeah, Lion, if you're going to talk about fluid dynamics, you'd actually have to have taken or studied fluid dynamics. The analogy you made with people on a track is not fluid dynamics. That's not what fluid dynamics says would happen.
Hold on. When you guys talk about your Coriolis, right? Don't you have a difference in mile an hour where you are on your globe? Isn't there a difference? Like at the equator, it's 1,000. Where I'm at is 800. Aren't you guys like contradicting your own thing?
Well, then we're talking about convective flows and tidal drags. That's not the nature of what the fundamental is being discussed.
You're overcomplicating it. SE.
Yeah, I'm not talking.
We're not talking about tangential velocity. We're talking about angular velocity. The angular velocity is the same everywhere. The tangential velocity is different everywhere. That's not. We're not talking about the same thing. I see.
I brought up both, and I understand conduction, convection currents, and the conservation of momentum and energy, and that's why I brought these concepts up, because you have to be able to explain the conservation of momentum from the surface of the Earth to the ionosphere, right? You had to explain. You had to explain the forces involved there. You said friction is why it's in sync. Friction. That's
So
not
you understand
satisfactory. It's friction with billions of years in your model. Friction over a billion years made it all in sync.
Right. Nobody
you
said
do
the
understand
friction happened in an
shift
instant
pressure and
or
yield
one
points.
fraction of a second. Nobody ever made that argument. I said friction is the explanation. I didn't say it had to be friction over a short period of time, did I?
No, but I wanted to make sure that you didn't leave that part out, because that's the absurd part, in my opinion, that it wouldn't happen in a short period of time, but over billions of years, it would all become in sync. That's an explanation. You can't actually observe that in nature. You don't have an experiment showing this to be the case.
Really? What about Jupiter?
What about Jupiter? Jupiter's a mess, dude.
Jupiter's a planet, you stupid idiot, with a gas, with mostly gas.
Let's not name call, Professor. I never heard you even say that before. Come on, let's keep it kosher.
I'm a bit annoyed at the stupidity. That's why. I don't mind if someone wants to learn something, they ask questions and they listen to some valid answers, but then they just blurt out stuff and pass it off as fact.
Is your microphone getting away from you, Professor? Because you sound kind of muffled.
No, it's not a very good microphone in the iPad.
Okay, so let's take fluid dynamics, right? Let's look at it in simple terms. We got a Ninja blender, right? We got a Ninja blender. We throw a whole bunch of stuff inside. We're making a daiquiri now. We throw ice, cherries, strawberries, right? And we start the blender. That's fluid dynamics, right? Everything starts moving in one direction, right? Everybody with me so far?
But the whole blender has to rotate. Not just the fluid inside a stationary, pitcher. You'd have to rotate the pitcher as well.
The blender has to rotate in your view as well? That's the first time I heard that one.
Well, we talked about the rotating cylinder with the gas inside. We're going to rotate the whole blender with the daiquiri inside.
I don't know where to go from here. Is all the ballers agreeing with him? We got the
In fact, to continue
blender rotating as well?
To continue your analogy, the actual fluid should stay still while the whole thing rotates.
The fluid should stay still while the
At startup, and then over time, it would all come into the same rate of rotation from the center to the edge.
Okay, even if I grant you that first time I hear this, but okay, the blender is rotating and the fluid inside the blender is rotating, right? It's going in one direction at a certain speed, right? Tangential velocity, right? We can agree on that? Yes, no?
Not all at the same tangential velocity, all at the same angular velocity. Because because from the center to the edge, you have different radii.
Well, that's what Lion was trying to tell you, and you're going against him.
On the Earth, you've got the solid thing in the middle and the fluid on the outside. On the blender, the fluid's on the middle and the solid's on the outside. So that's not the best analogy.
Okay, let's focus on the fluid now.
And you know what complicates it though is the globe geometry, because when you're dealing with a vortex like in a blender, dude, it's not an equivalence, dude. It's different. You're not dealing with a globe, dude, a sphere.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get it as close to a realistic model of fluid dynamics so I can make my point. I mean,
A ball with air and water around it. There you go. It's very similar to what we're saying.
okay, regardless of the shape, just think of a fluid going one way, right? Now, let's say you drop a cherry inside there. Let's say a cherry is a balloon, a hot air balloon, right?
Let me
What
help you
happens
out.
to it?
Get a piece of square-like piece of wood and light it on fire. Okay, and
We can barely
then
hear you, Professor. We can barely hear you.
get a piece of wood and light it on fire. Okay, and then let it smolder, and then rotate this, and you'll notice that the smoke is going to rotate with it, and some of the smoke will actually go around and stay with it. Have a go at
Okay.
it. Try it yourself.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Now, if you drop something in there, right? Let's say you drop, I don't know, a balloon in your scenario, right? What do you think would happen to the balloon in that scenario with the smoke? Will the balloon follow the smoke?
Do you think the balloon with the, or did the balloon start from the ground, or did the balloon come from somewhere else?
Let's do it realistically. It started on the ground,
Right.
and you let it go.
Then Montreal, it has the momentum of the Earth. Anything that starts from the ground is already moving with the Earth. Before it even leaves the ground, it's
What's going to
moving with
keep
the
it?
Earth.
Yeah, but surely you don't believe in it's always gonna keep that speed, right? Surely you don't believe that.
Naturally, there's nothing to stop it from doing that. Okay, near the ground, there's local problems, there's local issues because there's other forces near the ground. Okay, because of the temperature. But as you get further up, that's less and less of a problem. The colder and colder it gets, that's less and less of a problem. There's nothing to stop it from doing what we said.
I think
There's
it's
no
one that
force acting in the other direction to stop it from happening. There's no brakes. Do you understand? There's no brakes.
So you're
There's
talking
nothing. There's
perpetual
no
motion
wall
there.
there to stop it.
no, not
So you're
perpetual.
talking perpetual motion, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, it's not perpetual.
What's perpetual? How many billion years do you think it takes for it for perpetual? What's perpetual? Go on.
Well, if the balloon rises, right, and you're saying because
The balloon
of the
already has
conservation of
momentum,
momentum,
okay? The balloon is already going with the speed of the Earth as it's rising. That
Right.
nothing changes.
That's right. And the buoyant forces in the atmosphere is pushing that up, and the buoyant forces and you know what it is in is all moving at 1,000 miles.
Exactly.
Okay, so this is just this solidifies.
so it's the
like-
atmos. Are you now
It's not
saying it's the
rocket
atmos
science.
that? Are you now saying it's the?
Well, first of all, there's no such thing as atmos, right? So we have to kind of get that out of the equation because that just
Stop
confuses
playing
everything.
games, bro. Stop playing games. Keep
So
with the talk.
no, hold on. No, that's you when you say atmos, that's a game. It's called an
You know what he's
atmosphere.
saying. You know what he's saying. Get along with it.
I really don't know what he's saying. I really don't know. I have no idea. No one says atmos. No one. Okay, so let's just stick with the terminologies that we all understand. The atmosphere, when the buoyant forces in the atmosphere, the entire atmosphere is traveling at 1,000 miles per hour. So the balloon is just going to be following along with that.
So now you just said two things, right? You said first it's the conservation of momentum, and then when I challenged you on it, now you're admitting that it's the atmos that's keeping the balloon, not the conservation of momentum. Though you're saying two different things now.
No. The entire system is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. The entire system is everything within that system. You right now you are moving at 1,000 miles per hour. You jump up in the air, you're still traveling at 1,000 miles per hour. no matter what
Exactly.
you're doing.
Yeah, but I fall back down. No,
No, no. When you
no,
when you
I
fall
keep
back down,
going.
you're still whether you're going up or down, you're still moving 1,000 miles per hour, going
Laterally, yes.
laterally. Exactly.
So which is it, guys? Is it conservation of momentum, or is it the atmos that keeps the balloon
There's a
moving?
whole
Which is
bunch
it?
of forces, SE. SE, it's complicated. It
Okay, so it's
includes,
more than just the
got
conservation of
it's
momentum.
got conservation of momentum. It's got local forces. It's got kinetic energy upwards. It's got kinetic energy sideways. It is a mass of different forces. But the main thing, SE, is the conservation of momentum. The Earth is moving, and with it moves. It's like the smoke going around that piece of wood that you're twirling. You twirl that piece of wood, you'll notice the smoke will also follow it around. It's like that.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
It's like if you were just punching the air, right? That force in which you're punching, that is also moving at 1,000 miles. Everything, you're in a rotating system. You can't you can't the only way you can leave that is leaving the system or clocking in the opposite direction more than 1,000 miles per hour.
Exactly.
Now you can really leave that system. But if you are 999 miles per hour traveling west, you are going to be caught by a differential of a mile per hour. You are going to be eventually be moving eastward. You will only break that if you go 1,001 mile per hour. You get it?
Don't forget, we have gravity as well. Okay, so it's not just the momentum of that; it's also gravity keeping you down, keeping all that atmosphere down.
That's right. That's right. You also have an acceleration to the ground of nine. Right. Yes. So 1,001 mile per hour is not enough. You're absolutely right. Thanks for reminding me of that. You need more. You need more.
So when a plane takes off in the opposite direction of your supposed curve, spin of the globe, what happens then?
First of all, whatever the plane is doing as it's leaving the ground, it's moving in the same direction as the Earth. Okay, it's moving
so it's
in
going
the same
backwards.
direction.
It's going backwards.
No,
The plane.
what you can call it whatever you like. At whatever momentum it's got on the ground, that doesn't change. Whatever movement it does, it's got to get past that momentum that it's already got on the ground.
So if it's flying the opposite way, it has to go 1,000 miles an hour plus if it's on the equator to go the other way.
No, it's
think about it.
No, it's as if it doesn't change. It's just moving with the Earth.
It doesn't count then.
No, listen. Its local movement on the Earth is just what the plane does. But it's moving with the Earth already. There's nothing that stopped it from doing that. Do you understand? If the helicopter goes in the sky, what thing has stopped the helicopter from actually moving with the Earth? What? It's still moving. Every instant, every inch that it moves up is still moving with the Earth that it was until something stops it. Something that's opposite to the Earth stops it.
Newton's law, right? Momentum, right? So that's how it works.
Okay, if that's satisfactory for you guys, I mean, one way you have it with the Earth spin, it's keeping its momentum. But now when the plane flies the other way, it's still keeping its momentum, but it doesn't have to beat the speed of the Earth to go the other way. I mean, if you guys want to think of it like that both ways, I mean, fine, but
See,
I don't know what to tell you.
see, let me just try to get this to you. First of all, try to understand that it's moving as it leaves the ground. It's still moving because nothing. It's just like you jumping off the tray of a truck. You're going to land back on the truck in the same place. Or if you jump in a train, you're just going to land in the same place. It's kind of like that. Now, you're saying the aeroplane's going in the other direction. But that's relative to everything else that's also moving. So for all intents and purposes, nobody knows that it's nobody feels that it's moving in with the momentum. But they see the plane moving in the other direction like it normally would. But it's all relative to everything that's already on the ground moving, because everything's moving at the same rate.
Yeah, but it's moving with the fluid of the air, fluid mechanics, right? So it's going in one direction. No.
Give it a little thought, would you?
I have given it quite a bit of thought.
It does.
No, you
It does.
haven't. Not enough.
It does take longer for airplanes to fly east to west than it does from west to east. Yes, it does. That's a fact of the matter.
Because of what? Because of what?
Because of the
because of the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, because of the obvious movement of everything.
So then the fluid mechanics is affecting it. Then you agree?
No, it's actually negligible. If anything, it won't. It's not really going to be the fluid, the rotation of the Earth. What happens is, yes, there's local movement of atmosphere. Okay, yes, there is local movement of atmosphere. It's not perfect. Okay.
So independent. So it's not in lockstep, like you guys are saying. This is what Lion, I believe, was trying to show you that.
No, hold on. The local weather systems, high, low pressure systems, and temperatures, that's gonna cause dynamic wind, right? But that's not what I'm talking about. No, it's not. They can still have that in their model and still have the atmosphere be considered in lockstep or in sync with the surface of the Earth, because the atmosphere overall is in lockstep while having dynamic weather systems within it.
Yes, of course. Yes, naturally.
So you have a ninja.
Sort of like.
No, you sure about that? You have a ninja blender. Everything is going one way, but somehow you think other things could happen in there. I don't know, man.
It's not a blender. It's not a blender.
It's
Think about this. It moves only once in 24 hours. It's not like a blender, okay?
It's sort of like the way I was able to understand this is if you're in a subway car or train, whatever, and all it's sealed. This is pretend it's completely sealed. All the air in that subway car is moving at the same rate as the subway train itself, right? As a train itself, all of it. Now it's all completely sealed, so you don't have to worry about vacuums and negative and positive pressures in this hypothetical experiment, right? And you can actually plug in a fan to an outlet inside that subway train and have that fan blowing air. So you'll have dynamic wind inside the train while still maintaining the whole environment, right, in lockstep with the train.
It's not
as a contained system. You got to think of the Earth as if it's not only motionless in the wind in lockstep, but it's also contained. It's like a contained system.
A good way to think of it.
It's the irony of it all, dude. That's what I'm trying to say.
A contained system in a vacuum. If we go there, it blows the whole thing out of the water.
Okay.
It's not ironic.
That's how you have to think of it.
It's 1:30 in the morning. I'm going back to sleep. So thanks for putting up with me, and I'm sorry if I came up a bit hot. Okay.
Right.
No, man, it's good to hear from you, Professor. Don't be a stranger. You know where we're
Okay.
at.
No, I enjoy talking to you, AC. Thank you very much for listening. Okay.
Lion, it's not ironic. You have to understand that the gravitational pull of the Earth is what was the starting point, right? Which is what is then grabbing everything, and then everything is rotating. The Earth's rotation, because you're stuck to it. If you tie a string to an object and the object starts turning, you're going to start turning. You're going to be moving with that rotation, right?
Yeah, I
And then
understand that.
and that's going to happen. That's just going to be in that state forever.
Yeah, so yeah, the conservation of momentum. I get it. There's energy that's being transferred to the ionosphere from the surface of the Earth through friction. But you had to explain why there's no lag. Because unlike the train analogy,
Who said there's
right?
no lag?
Hold on. Unlike the train analogy, where the whole environment inside the train is contained and sealed for the most part, right? That whole environment is all moving at the same speed as the train, right? Why? Because it's contained. There's a physical wall, a physical barrier that's pushing up against the environment inside the train, keeping the air at the same velocity as the train, right? And on the globe model, you don't have a physical barrier, right? That's connected to the Earth, like a wall.
The
You don't
globe
have that.
model obeys the laws of physics, precisely Newton's first law. This is what you're talking about. Newton's first law. Okay? There's nothing to stop it. There's nothing to make it lag. There's nothing to stop it. This is why satellites orbit. There's nothing to stop them. Okay? Things fall to the ground because there's something that stops it. When it's going fast enough, there's nothing to stop it. There's nothing, it takes a very long time before that tiny amount of friction eventually stops it. When it's near the ground, there's a lot of friction to stop it. The air that's up there has no friction to stop it. That's why it just keeps going. There's no brakes. There's nothing to stop it. What's going to stop it?
I'm not talking about outer space.
No, you don't get that. Oh my gosh, you don't get the connection, Lion. There's nothing to stop.
He's talking about satellites in the frictionless environment. We're not talking about satellites in a frictionless environment. That's like a red herring if I ever heard one.
No, Lion, this is the problem that we notice with flat earthers. Context is a thing that you guys are struggling with because we get it, right? So again, there is slippage because it's fluid you're dealing with, right? So the air is going at 1,000 miles per hour. Everything is going at 1,000 miles per hour, but there's temperature, pressure, these sort of things that are happening. Coriolis force. So yes, sometimes the air is slipping backwards, what you call a backwards kind of thing. Other times it will be going forwards as these temperature and pressure changes. All these things because it's fluid. Fluid is a different density from rocks and iron.
Yes, exactly. And this happens less and less the higher you go. Okay? So in other words, there's more influence of these things, of these local changes in temperature and pressure near the ground, much more than there is there is the higher you go. See, a plane uses the pressure, the atmospheric pressure, to determine how high it is. That's almost very, very constant. There's very little change to that. Otherwise, planes wouldn't know how high they were. One day they're this high, another day they're that high. Their instruments calibrated according to the air pressure. Okay, so the higher you go up, the more stable it is, and there's nothing to stop that air from moving. That it already has the momentum of the Earth with it, moving with the momentum of the Earth with it. There's very little up there that can stop it. There's very little temperature changes. It's almost always constantly at, say, at 35,000 feet. It's almost constantly minus 51 degrees, and very, very little of that changes. It's constantly at that. The higher you go, the more constant it is. Okay, as you get closer to the ground, you've got other pressures. You've got mountains in the way. You've got buildings. You've got all sorts of dynamic pressures that are temperatures that are local. Of course, there's going to be some turbulence.
Yes,
The
there's going to
higher
be
you
turbulence.
go, the higher you go, the less turbulence there is.
Oh,
It's much,
absolutely.
much less turbulence higher up you go. So it's
That's right.
much more constant. That's why we can rely on the pressure gradient in order for a plane to determine what altitude it is.
Right. To be in an area where there is less turbulence. That's a very, very good point. Now, so the sun heats the ground heats the air, right? So there you go. You got that kind of dynamic going on, right? Yeah, although the air is caught in the Earth's rotation, but because that temperature changes, you get these kind of slippages or turbulences or all these kind of things going on.
Oh, about that though. Like I already made the distinguishing claim or disclaimer between dynamic weather, high and low pressure systems, and temperature differentials, right? I even use the train as an analogy. I'm not talking about that guy. You have to explain overall why the whole system is in lockstep. All you've done, right, is give us concepts, but you actually haven't hashed out the dynamics. Like what force is keeping it all in lockstep? You're saying, is it gravity? Is it friction? What's going on here?
Well, I don't like the word lockstep. That's the first thing. That word is you have to be a little bit more flexible on that because, like we just explained to you, there are changes that can cause different, the word that was used was turbulences. I'm going to use your word. There's slippage. There's a Coriolis force, right? Because of the rotation. That's why they go towards the Earth, the equator, stuff like that kind of stuff, right? So all these things are happening in your atmosphere. So if you now want to get down to what forces are keeping things on Earth, we also already told you the beginning of that was the relationship between mass and space time. We already been through this.
All right, dude. So space time is the reason why it's all in sync.
Wow, what did you forget the mass part? So as
mass and space time. Okay.
Right.
I still don't. You still haven't really hashed out like the mechanism, right? The mechanistic properties of why it's all in sync. You just said, oh, space time.
Mass in space time behaves in this way.
It would take a force for it not to maintain the momentum of the Earth. That would take a force. It doesn't have anything to stop it from keeping the momentum of the Earth. It would require some sort of force in order to do that. Newton's first law needs something else to stop it from doing what it's doing. You need a barrier or something to stop it. There's no barrier. There's nothing to stop it. Okay, this is why it's going to continue indefinitely just turning. As long as the Earth is spinning, it will spin. The atmosphere around it will spin too. Because there's nothing to stop it. You would need a force to do what you do. You've actually got this totally upside down. You think that you need a force to keep it going. No, you need a force to stop it from going.
I can't talk right now. I got one bar.
Yeah, there's nothing in the way of the Earth rotation where it's in a frictionless environment, right?
Exactly.
So Newton's first law holds, right?
And so is the air around it in that kind of environment. It's only locally near the ground, as you mentioned before, that you have turbulence because of all sorts of manner of different forces that are acting on it. But in general, we're talking about in general, there's no force that's stopping it from going around. It's going to go around because there's nothing there to stop it. You would need a force to stop it. Okay, so the person who was speaking there, you have that upside down. You think you need a force to keep it going. You don't. It's already going, but you certainly would need a force to stop it. Okay, and there's nothing there. Newton's first law actually does work.
Right. You need a force. You need also you would need a huge mass change as well, right? Something like like an ice skater. When she holds her arms out, she slows down, she pulls it in. So it's kind of like
Yeah,
she centralizes the mass.
yeah. You'd need some sort of barrier to stop it, something independent of the Earth. So in other words, you'd need some sort of force that comes from outside of the Earth, outside of the Earth's the rotation of the Earth, to come in and stop it. Nothing that's on the Earth could actually act as a barrier to stop the air, because that thing, whatever it is also has also got the momentum of the Earth. You need something from outside to come in and stop it. Now, when a rocket comes back to Earth, it's more or less coming from outside. Not quite, but it's more or less. You see, there's lots of friction with that. The rocket's got to take the atmosphere with just the right angle if it's going to come back without burning up, like for instance the space shuttle.
Mic check.
Yeah, it's working. I heard that.
Fine. What the hell happened?
I don't know. There was like a massive disconnect. Like
That's strange.
everybody had exclamation points, but apparently it's back now.
We broke Discord. Too much logic. Can anybody else hear us, or it's just me and Omni?
No, there's a bunch of people who are.
I can hear.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. Well, as you were, guys. So I have a question. There's 3 minutes. So I am generally not a conspiratorial believer. But there's 3 minutes missing from the Epstein tapes, the footage that was released.
Yeah, that shouldn't even be a debate, bro. That should be clear cut.
Just hear me out. Hear me out. So I always, despite being non-conspiratorial, I always said that it was definitely suspicious even before the missing time. But now that we have however, there were a couple of different scenarios that made sense to me that wouldn't require him to have been assassinated. One of them would have been that he could have been told, kill yourself or you die by inches, or will kill anybody you care about. I don't know if there was anybody he cared about, but that, and then you just let him do it, right? Then you arrange it so that he could kill himself, and then he would, presumably. The other possibility, would have been that you have the guards kill him, right? But then you have to do something to ensure that the guards don't talk. So, and we don't know how many guards would have to be in on it. Presumably, you want the smallest possible number, 1 or 2. I mean, he's an old guy, so it couldn't be, that hard. But those are the scenarios that I kind of thought about. But now that there's 3 minutes missing, which is presumably about the time they discovered him, my question is, what is it that would be in there? What is in those 3 minutes?
And that's easy, right? And I wish I had more time. I gotta go, but that's easy. And those 3 minutes is when they did the chicanery, right? Because don't forget, he was in 24-hour suicide watch.
Yep.
He had a cellmate, right? They took out the cellmate. So all that must have happened within the 3 minutes. And when you're on suicide watch, you have no shoelaces, you have nothing. They know you're trying to kill yourself, right? So, I mean, this is a clear-cut case as far as I'm concerned.
So we
I thought it
think
was,
that
I thought it was only a minute. I thought it was only a minute.
No,
that
it's
was locked up.
2 minutes and 57 seconds, apparently.
Oh wow, it keeps
And that-
increasing. I'm sure there's an article that's going to come out with 5 minutes of video missing.
It's it's really missing. So I still I have a hard time with that. And the reason why I have a hard time with it is that it's the guard walking in there, opening the cell door, going in and killing him, and then coming back out is number one. It seems like you would need you know,
A bit longer.
yeah, well, you might not, first off, yeah, you probably need a bit longer. I mean, there will be signs of a struggle.
Mhm.
1 second.
So if Epstein doesn't realize that there are people who would want him killed, I'm sure he would have made a call and said, "Listen, let me tell you something. I think I'm going to be killed. So this is what you do. Here's all the information that you need. Trust me." The man killed himself. It's over.
Well, the thing is I mean, I don't. He may have, you know what I think. But the thing is, if you look at the big picture, you gotta look at his movements. He was allowed to place a phone call that was unmonitored. Prior before that, he transferred a bunch of assets to his brother's name. And normally, when that happens, the government will go after those assets after the fact, and that didn't happen. Like the islands were sold, and like his homes are sold, but normally the government would go after all those other assets too. You know, it seems kind of like what you were saying, Omni, in that 3 minutes needs to kill him. And basically,
yeah,
the deal is if you go away, you know, you get to keep your shit, and we're not going after your family.
So that's a scenario that is at least totally plausible to me, right? But the question then is, why do you need to delete those 3 minutes? Like, why don't you just show him hanging himself?
Yeah.
Why would you delete that?
So
nobody deleted anything. Thing was just broken. Listen. He could have simply made a phone call from the jail saying, "Listen, I think my life is in danger." That's all he has to say.
But he was allowed to make a phone call, an unmonitored phone call.
Right,
When
which
you're
is
in jail, you're not allowed to do.
It doesn't matter.
Yes,
Doesn't
it
matter.
does.
Just say the word.
That's huge.
Listen,
That's
if
huge.
Yeah, no, Renee is right. I didn't know you could make unmonitored phone calls from the jail.
No, you can't. You know, he was allowed to make an unmonitored phone call from the jail. I think they said that he called a 212 area code. He claimed it to be his mom, but his mom doesn't live in 212, and her cell phone wasn't 212. But yeah, as I see it, it's, you know, in that time, you have the guards basically, or whomever gave him the means to kill himself, you know? But my big question is, why are they now, the administration, acting this way now? That's the bigger question to me.
Well, I mean, and I also agree that if he wanted, assuming that he had documents to release, like, I mean, if he wasn't blackmailing people, then he was certainly leaving money on the table, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he wasn't, right? It's not impossible that he wasn't. But you know, so I still don't see why. I mean, it seems like deleting the 3 minutes would work against any assassination plot. Like, it points directly to this is when they busted in and killed him. But if it wasn't the guards that did it, so if it was the guards that did it, then you have to have some way to ensure that the guards aren't talking. And like, if Bob and Fred are working that night, and Bob leaves the room, goes over there, finds them, how do you even delete the tapes? Do the guards have access to the tapes?
Mm-mm. Oh,
I don't.
that's what I think of. Yeah.
I mean, I don't. It just, like I said, it just doesn't seem to make sense to me. Like,
I say you say why delete it? It's kind
well,
of like in court, like if you get like if someone's like suing you, and you like what you do is a data dump. You give a shit ton of information, and you don't give them enough time to go through it. And that was a 10-hour video clip. You know what I mean? Um, I think they thought that it would be missed, like oversight, basically, and then be able to talk it off to, look, there's 10 hours. Oh, that's just a blip. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, right. But I mean, in this case, obviously they're going to scrutinize. I mean, you're going to go from a minute number 10, he's alive, and then in minute number 13, he's dead, and then there's nothing in between. I mean, there's nobody could miss that.
Yeah. I think, like I said, I think the bigger question is why is the administration acting this way?
Well, so I mean, so there's two possibilities. I sent you that note that
Yeah,
thing, and either they just way overpromised and they don't have
what they say they have. Yeah.
what they say they have, or what they intimated they have, right? Or they do have it, and Trump's name is firmly in there.
And my whole thing is if Trump's name's in there, because this sat in the Biden administration for all of 4 years, that means there's a shit ton of Democrats in there as well. You know what I mean? If it was just Trump's name in there, you serious? You don't think that way would have been fucking flying that across the Raptors the first second they got?
So well, let's point something out. So all of the Democrats, everybody whose name is in there, is old by now, right? It was 2006 when he went down, so it's 19 years ago?
Yeah.
So if you were 50 at the time, now you're 70. If you were over 50 at the time,
dead, maybe, yeah.
Your 80s are. I mean, Bill Clinton. I don't think anybody is doing it to protect Bill Clinton.
I don't think it's Bill Clinton like as the person. I'm saying I'm saying as the party, right? No matter what, you'd never want to be labeled the party of pedophiles. You know what I mean? But
I mean,
Trump. but honestly though, like with Trump
know he was in there? Would he know he was in there from point number one? So why would he claim he's going to release that document if he knows he can't?
I don't. That's why I'm sitting here now, like WTF. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like what was the play there? And what I thought potentially the play could be is, that like what I thought the play could be, what didn't happen, is they'd go in, redact the documents, say, oh, we need to redact this for national secrets. You know what I mean? And this is what can be released. But I think if you even did that, I think like the with the civil suits out and everything else, I think you can kind of bridge the gap to who these people are. You know what I mean? Even if they're redacted.
I mean, come on, guys. It's obvious. Listen. The Epstein files, there's nothing there. It was a political ploy to win the White House. And then when they got there, they're like, oh, shoot, we have to think about it now. Okay, where are these files? Let's see. We forgot to look at them. We're just going through them now. Okay, all right.
But the thing is, it's not, because first thing they did is they kind of did like a whole fake look. We released it with like a bunch of podcasters and everything. They had these like new binders, and they went through it and was like, well, this really isn't much new information. Like I thought you said you're releasing the new ones, and that's kind of when they got to this point. And going back to what you were saying a bit, and what Omni was saying, yeah, they could have overpromised, and now they're not wanting to underdeliver. But that's if you are alleged to be in these things the way that Trump is currently, you would release them to clear your name if you're not in them. But like I said, this is happening in real time. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. You know, I mean, let me put it this way: I could believe that Trump handled it, you know, and Bondi. I mean, none of those people are in their positions because they're good at
Their
what they
jobs,
do.
yeah.
They're there because they're loyal. But also, in this case, the people who are getting screwed over are not specifically the voters. I mean, some of them too, but it's the media personalities that that Trump feeds,
Yep.
right? So they promised these bombshells,
right?
And then the administration's like, nope, no bombshells, no bomb, nothing. And now all of those media voices, you know, have been screwed over. It's like that's seriously biting the hand that feeds you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you kind of have Joe Rogan flipping. You had that Kirk guy, but he came out, but like everybody in that,
And everybody yelled at him.
yeah. So it's just like I don't. The thing is, it's like what they said was going on is a concern. They basically said, "Hey, there's this global cabal of pedophiles who've been doing horrible shit, not only to children but to you, for a very long time." And I think Starr says that, yeah, they use narratives like that to get elected. But I legitimately, the sad thing is, it's like the head of that global cabal of pedophiles could be the president right now.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, well, I obviously any of that could have been, you know. I mean, sure, it could be, right? I mean, it's not like I think Trump is like the most upstanding guy in the world, obviously, but it just seems like all of this is the ball is in his court for all of this. Like he has complete control.
Do you remember Lance Armstrong? You remember the whole Lance Armstrong? You remember every time someone said this guy's doing something, you're sued, you're sued, you're sued. So the Wall Street Journal just released a letter that Trump, quote unquote, allegedly wrote Epstein for Epstein's 50th birthday. Trump immediately is like, this is bullshit, this is garbage. According to his own narrative, they were friends during this time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the way he's fighting, it's fighting for air, not for clarity.
Yeah. Okay. So true, and I agree with that analogy. That's correct.
Listen, it's basically we forgot that we lied to the voters about this Epstein thing. We were pushing this narrative against the Democrats. Oh, we forgot that we were doing that. Now the voters have come for payment. All these media personalities, they've come for the payment now, and you're like, oh shoot, again, totally forgot that we lied to you. All right, here's something.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, here's something, and like I said, that something was like, "Hey, this is nothing," and then they're like, "Oh, there's nothing more." And I get like what you guys are saying. Maybe, yeah, I wouldn't put it past this administration, but the way that they're fighting this, it's to get rid of all these things. You would release these documents, and none of these speculations would come up. But like I said, like, and the thing is, if Trump's in them, the number of Democrats that are in them is way more.
Yeah, but you'd think he would know. He would be like, that shit's never coming out. Not maybe he thought he could
He
redact
wasn't going
it.
to win. I don't think he really thought he was going to win. I truly,
Maybe.
I really don't. But at the same time, like I said, now they're in the corner. And if they, like I said, if Trump's in those and that sat on Biden's desk for 4 years, that has to tell you that there is a lot more fucking Democrats in those in that roster.
I mean, once again, you would think. I mean, I agree that that would be a logical conclusion to draw, but I'm not. I'm additionally not sure if that's true.
No, I love this because I actually have a conspiracy theory type mind, and I kind of like to focus it on things that like are tangible, and this is very tangible.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is. And everyone, like my kids, are following it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're young. I mean, 13 and 15, but
Yeah, my 16-year-old and 17-year-old, they're following it pretty deep. My 10-year-old, I keep him away from mean things. He's the nice one, so
right.
we're trying to keep him nice.
I'm just saying, for it to have broken through at that level, is pretty unique.
That just shows you how hard it is. It's going to be to have to make it go away. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be next to impossible because, like you said, you have kids talking about this. It's not just going to go away. I don't think the Democrats are going to let it go away because, honestly, of everything that they've tried to do, this isn't even of their own creation, and this is like the best thing that's happened to them in a while.
Yep.
The Democrats didn't even do this. Like they've actually done nothing to stop the man, and hopefully they'll stop their nothingness and focus efforts here. I think this is a great way to I mean, it's just the way he's acting. I just can't say he's not complicit in some form or fashion.
Well, there doesn't seem to be. Either they don't have it, or he is, or he's in there. I mean, yeah, it's got to be.
Like I want Congress to subpoena Bill Barr. Bill Barr got him his first job. Bill Barr has known Epstein for a very long time, and that was Bill Barr's Department of Justice, in which Epstein killed himself in. And then subpoena Maxwell. It would answer a bunch of freaking questions.
Yep. Yeah. I think. I mean, that's obviously what they should be doing.
But they can't. They can't even get it to vote on the floor. Yeah. Well, what they're trying with, so how you have all these like BS committees that have been formed, and right now what the Democrats are going to do is like what the Republicans did when they had it, and they're just going to filibuster about this, and that's been their that's going to be their tactic, I think, for a little bit. But like it's going to be like the oversight committee, and it's going to be this. It's going to be the transportation committee. You know what I mean? They're just going to filibuster this issue through every level of government they can.
Sure. I mean, well, they're going to try, but
yeah,
I don't. It just doesn't seem to me like I don't know who it was who said it. It's not going anywhere. It's like it's not going away.
No, it's not.
Because the media that relies on it, that relies on Trump, are the ones who were first and foremost burnt by this.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and another thing that's happening is, one of the things that kind of drove people to MAGA was the Hillary Clinton's like turning up the nose aspect of people and calling people dumb.
Yeah.
That's what Trump's doing now. He's calling like all the like my support, like he's doing that. It's gonna be, like I said, it's. I hope they don't stop. I really think that there's a lot of fire behind this smoke.
Yep.
We will see.
Okay. Well, I mean, we will see. I mean, like I said, I don't see how this,
Go to war.
how this works. Yeah.
Literally, that's the only way this goes away at this point is you go to war or something. Some major freaking distraction. This is the thing. Like, so like if like JD Vance, right? He has the power to enact the 25th Amendment and just kick Trump out, and like I think he actually has the balls to do it. And this would give him grounds essentially to go that route. So I think if the truth being out, one, I think the world would be a better place if people who are actively participating in having sex with children were held accountable. And then two, I truly believe that it's not just Democrat or Republicans on this; it's both sides, and it's going to literally make both sides look like the parties of pedophiles.
Yep. Well, I mean, something has to come out because at this point, I mean, fuck it. Like I would have been the first guy to say, it really looks suspicious, but I don't see the conspiracy as being as all encompassing as people say. But now, like, well,
It was kind of funny, like JFK, MLK. Yeah, FBI hated them; they got him killed. We all knew that. Thanks for putting it in print. Where's the Epstein files? That's literally like basically what's the statements,
Right? Yeah, exactly. What's going on with this? Come on,
Yeah,
guys.
we already knew about this. Thank you for showing us in writing, but where are the Epstein files?
Yep.
If you had to guess, like if you had to put money on it, would you say there's more Democrats or Republicans in those files?
I would say Democrats.
Really?
Yeah. And that's why I say that, because this sat on Biden's desk for 4 years. That's why I say that.
Is that the only reason?
Well, didn't it sit on Trump's desk before Biden?
Well, so Epstein got arrested in 19. You know what I mean? And then there was the election that whole year, but they were still gathering info for like they had the info to indict him, but they're still getting info about like actual other crimes and stuff. You know what I mean?
Him Epstein or him Trump to indict him?
Epstein.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that logic is necessarily without. I don't know it's unarguable, but I would agree that it.
I would argue against.
It seems like there's probably more Democrats there than Republicans, if only because Democrats may have had a greater percentage of people who would, who would. So, not everybody who visited Epstein Island was engaged in, underage sex.
Epstein Island stuff. Yeah.
Right. I mean, like there's no reason to think that everybody who was there did it. Now,
okay, so go ahead.
What's that?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, presumably there were some people who went there who didn't know what the fuck was going on. So, and I mean, Stephen Hawking went there, so
Hey, local girl.
Let me rephrase the question.
I realize that there's lots of people who think, therefore, yes, of course he was, the #1 pedophile, but I don't see wheelchair dude being, extremely, extremely heavily.
Did his device like record his conversations? Because like
I don't know. That would be if it did, man. But fuck. I mean, but yeah, I mean, so it might be that there were more Democrats who were willing to get on the plane, right? For whatever reason, either because they wanted to be, in the cool kids club, or because they just thought, that it would be a good
the political move. I mean, he was essentially on paper he was kind of a kingmaker. He was a king,
right.
like the people around him and stuff. Yeah, like you would flock to him if you were seeking power. That's kind of why I think like he was like if he was blackmailing people, you don't want to blackmail someone who's not in power. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, let me rephrase the question then. Would you expect more Republicans or Democrats to have engaged in the more nefarious stuff, or to be on the actual like client list if such a thing exists?
So I still say Democrats simply because in my paradigm, Biden had access to this information for at least 2 years while he was there, and he didn't move on it at all. No one touched it at all. Because it would like everyone kind of like honestly, you could kind of kick Trump out of the fucking window, and the Republican Party would probably be happier going forward. So it's just it's like I said. That's why I think there's more Democrats than Republicans. I'm not trying to speak towards like Democrats are just pieces of shit. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying in my scenario, Trump's on it. And if Biden and the administration didn't use it, it's because it's more damning to them than it would be to quote unquote Trump or the Republicans.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why. I think when you say it's more damning to one side or the other, I think the Democrats might perceive it that way, but they have a lower threshold for this kind of stuff. Like, think of both parties side by side. Like, how hard were they defending Roy Moore back in the day when he was like, signing 14, 15-year-old girls' yearbooks?
That was
reading out
Republicans.
all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
And
I agree with that.
Funny guy, the Democrat who had that one photo on the helicopter.
What's wrong with saying yearbook? Like, can I sign your yearbook? Like, a 15-year-old walks up to you with a yearbook, you just sign it. Why is this incriminating?
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Look how hard that gets defended. But the one guy who had the one photo where he's like gesticulating, grabbing some sleeping girl's tits. The entire Democratic Party turned on hard.
Yeah. So what was his name? Al Franken.
Al Franken.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying on that aspect of the Democrats have held themselves a bit more accountable than the Republicans have in that regard.
A bit? More than a bit.
More than a bit. More, yes. The Democrats have held themselves accountable. I say a bit because you still have the Democrats fucking shit up too, man. like the Emoluments Clause, violate. Yeah, that's why I said a bit. But at the same time, like I said, for me, if Trump is on that list, you release that list day one as a Biden because that's your number one candidate you're going up against. And now there's no way a pedophile is going to win.
You know what else? Can I get in, guys? I gotta go. I got a minute. Let me just say one thing. Two things, actually, quick. First of all, I'm so happy that Omni is using critical thinking and you guys are using critical thinking. The 3 minutes there, Omni, you killed it, bro. That's exactly it. If they had it, they should have showed it. That kills it right away. That's one point. Okay, now, my second point, I'll be very brief. This is not about exposing a certain person, right, Trump? This is about exposing the Mossad operation, because this is clearly a honey trap. So this is not about one person. This is about covering up the ties between Mossad and the government.
Well, they have claims that Epstein and the Mossad potentially, like some of the information, was going to. So they traced his Deutsche Bank account, the one that Deutsche Bank got fined $150 million for allowing him to have, and there were a lot of like Mossad, like proxies, like known, sending money in and out. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Mossad connection, but if these things aren't being released because of the Mossad, then everything everyone said about the Israel controlling America is fucking true. Then,
Absolutely, yeah.
No,
Also,
but
let me say this real quick. Brother, flat earthers, you're not critically thinking. Let me just say that. Critical thinking is how we know that gravity exists. People used to walk around and watch things drop for 10,000 years and not care. One guy came and said, wait a minute. This is odd. Let me really dig into that. That's critical thinking. Okay? Flat earthers, remember, you do not care about where the dome is, what the dome is made of. You don't care about what's underneath our feet. You don't care about the size of the flat earth. You have told us out of your mouths. You're not critically thinking in any way, shape, or
You're
form.
gaslighting, bro. We're not talking about the Earth now. We're talking a man. Hold on. We're talking about a man in a.
That is word trickery. When you use the word gaslighting, you're using word play. I am pointing out that you guys do not critically think in any way, shape, or form. What you do, though, is criticize experts. That's all you do because you don't
Okay,
understand.
brother, take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath. I gotta go. I just want to make one more final comment. Critical thinking. A man on suicide watch in a jail cell, hanging himself. If you don't understand that, if you don't get that, brother, you're in La La Land. Like it's as simple as that, man. Omni said it best. If they had the 3 minutes, right? All they have to do is show it, and it's game over. Like if you don't understand that, you have zero critical thinking, brother.
Because there's no there. The thing was shut down.
John
But
G, is
also,
this live?
wouldn't it make perfect sense for a caught pedophile to not want to spend time in prison? Like, is there
Yes,
any
sir. I am loading trucks.
That's awesome, dude.
like if we're critically thinking, wouldn't it actually make sense for a caught pedophile to hang himself in prison?
Yeah, no. I don't think the thing is, I don't think. I mean, I don't think that him killing himself is something crazy. This guy lived a life of luxury, and now he's gonna have to live like in a fucking cell. Like I don't think him. Yeah, I don't think that he like it's not like he didn't have like any. I don't want to say reason to, but like motivation, I guess. But man, I don't. It's just so many things that could be answered very easily, and it's not. And then on top of it, it's the fight to hide things. Like I said, like that letter that Trump wrote to Epstein that he's now trying to sue the Wall Street Journal for, according to his own narrative of when like they weren't friends anymore. There's nothing wrong with that letter. So it's just like it's that's why I brought up Lance Armstrong earlier. Every time someone was like, "This dude's juicing," sued the shit out of him, and ended up, what was he doing? Juicing.
Yeah, but the controversy is that actually everyone was juicing.
And that's what could be the controversy here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing. I mean, it's just like I like I said, the only reason why I say more Democrats is because I am under the opinion that Trump is on it. I'm under the opinion that Biden would, or that administration or that party would have access and knowledge of that. And I think that if you don't release it, it's because it's more damning on your side than it is on theirs. You know.
I don't know about that. I think there could be a number of reasons why they wouldn't have done it. Like, I don't know at what point the investigation was still at, if that was information that was being still judged or something. But like, there's a number of reasons. I don't know. I don't think that points directly to it's more incriminating, and that's why. It could be a reason, but that's not what I jumped to immediately.
I didn't really say incriminating. I said like damning, to the point where like everyone already knows Trump's a fucking scumbag. You know what I mean? But like finding out that like Chuck Schumer's a scumbag or some shit, or you know what I mean, or like that. That's why I say like a bit more damning. I honestly, it does not shock me that Donald Trump is being charged with these things. That's not shocking according to his track record. You know, it's not shocking. It would be shocking to see some unknown, like Elizabeth fucking Warren on this list or something. You know, like that would be shocking to me.
Hawkins.
I want to see the transcripts for Hawkins.
There's nobody of importance on the list. It's just very high, rich clients that are not in politics or anything like that. It's nothing.
What are you talking about? Oh, we know a lot of them are in politics.
There is this is a nothing burger. You don't understand.
Wow.
They ran on a conspiracy theory and won the election, and they're caught flat-footed. They are now, people have now come back for payment, and they're like, oh shoot, yeah, okay, let's give them something, and there's nothing. They knew all the time it was nothing.
But in the civil suit, right? There is in the civil suit, the person that Trump's alleged to be in that suit is person of interest number 174, right? That means there is a list of other people, at least 174 of them, that the government investigated specifically about these crimes. That is the list that was supposed to be released. Not like his like CPA practice list or like other legitimate business list. That was the list. And that's why Ghislaine Maxwell is suing for another trial, because the government has basically said that list doesn't exist, but now I'm sitting in jail for a list that doesn't exist.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
She's innocent.
Well, I don't know about that.
I wish her well. I just wish her well.
I don't think.
I just wish her well. You know, I just wish her well.
Well, if she's sitting in jail for a list that doesn't exist, she deserves to come out. But you know, I'm not, on the basis of this administration not releasing the data, I'm not ready to make that call.
Yeah.
She's not
if there were more,
you know she's not in jail. You know she's not in jail because of a list, right?
Yes, she is.
No, she's in jail because she was involved in child sex.
That was the evidence that they. That's the evidence. That's the evidence they used not only to indict her for that, but also to convict her of that.
They didn't, brother. The list is not why she is in. You don't get thrown in jail because of a list.
I understand that. That was part of the evidence. So that was part of the evidence that was used to convict her. And now that like that's the thing. Like, say OJ got convicted, and you know there was actual evidence that came out that he didn't do it while he was convicted, or some of the evidence, like the Mark Furman thing, right? Let's just say like that acts like it was like real, and like all that shit came out. Like when the evidence changes, the verdict can change. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's what's happening right now. Is the evidence is changing?
Okay, the evidence is one thing, because in the evidence, a list came up, but that list is not why you're in jail. in the evidence, it shows that
It's not exclusively lies.
it shows that you were trafficking the children for the man. That's what the evidence, and you had a list of people.
But the jury instructions didn't say do not weigh this. That's the thing. If the jury instructions would have said do not weigh this list in any form or fashion or for bias or prejudice on it, then yes, you have a case right now. But that's not what the jury instructions were. That list could be used to create bias and prejudice against her, and it did. And she's saying, look, it never existed. The prosecution was lying. I want a retrial. And she's going to get one unless that fucking list comes out.
No, she's going to be in jail forever because there's evidence of she actually doing a crime. She's actually doing not. She did a crime. She never. It's not a list that was used to get her in jail. She would have been in jail with or without the list. The list is just a happenstance.
It's evidence that was used to convict her. Do you agree or disagree with that?
That's again, the evidence that it was used to convict her is not the reason why she is convicted. She's convicted because a crime was committed.
She was convicted because a jury of 12 people agreed with the evidence that the prosecution presented to them that she committed a crime. That's why she was convicted.
Right.
And to be clear, what she's now pinning this all on is Trump having said that not just the list necessarily, but
it's all fraud.
There's evidence in the Epstein files have been concocted. Not that they don't exist, but that they've been invented or manipulated in some way.
Yeah, it's all a fraud. The Obama and whatever administration made it all up. Like that's literally where that's another reason why she's making it.
Well, you guys understand, like you guys are making this like these political parties, but you understand a lot of the situation is the FBI in itself and what they had, what they've hidden away, and now all that's coming to light. And now this is one of those things that I think are showing that was true.
Oh God! No, FBI is not involved. There's no FBI people on the list.
No, see, you're not. Okay, you need to hang on. Hang on. I've already noticed you doing this numerous times. You need to hear what people are saying, not what you think people are saying. I never said FBI were there, but FBI are the ones that are head of the investigation of all that. You understand that, right?
I'm saying the FBI they didn't hide anything. They're not hiding.
How do you know?
They just did investigate.
How do you know?
100% certain. It's a 1,000. The FBI has like 20,000 people working for that outfit. Right?
You understand?
Hold on. Let me say. Hold on.
What's happened since the head of FBI was kicked out?
FBI director sent down a memo to all 20,000 people. Hey, this Epstein thing, I want you guys to really do some funky work. Really?
Did you see the did you see the Russian thing where like the Republicans got like that dude who like was having an affair with that other woman because the FBI was like, hey, we're going to create a special agency to investigate Trump's Russia ties. That's what the FBI wouldn't have to send a memo to 20,000. They create a special organization of people that would be doing this investigation. It would be compartmentalized. Yeah. In the
and they found, just so you know, hang on. Just so you know, that the whole Russia thing was an FBI collusion. Just so you fucking know.
No,
we know those files didn't exist. Yeah, FBI was claiming
FBI did it.
How does that work?
This is why the FBI did it. The FBI.
Oh, now you're gonna tell me why they did it.
Let me tell you why. This makes sense. A candidate for office of the presidency goes in front of the national TV and the world and said, Russia, if you are listening, see if you can find these emails. This is the reason why the FBI stepped in. What you wanted the FBI to do? Oh, he's joking.
No, I'm not saying that.
You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
Guy, who you guys?
Oh, hey, calm
Make sure you
down.
guys go on vacation. Make you guys, this Trump is. This is the big man. Any reasonable dumb person would say, "Wait a minute, you are asking Russia to help you? Come on,
Dude,
guys."
I'm not saying that the FBI shouldn't investigate Russia. I was bringing up that example because that's the exact same type of structure that they utilize for the Epstein. They're not going to. It's not going to be everyone that works at the FBI would be involved. Everyone at the FBI knows. It would be a very compartmentalized group of people.
All right. Yeah.
The other guy's point, the Russian investigation led to dozens of indictments. That was
Yes.
not it wasn't just concocted. Now, how they justified opening that investigation, there was a bit of a kerfuffle there, sure, but the investigation itself yielded many convictions.
That were later overturned magically with appeals.
I don't know about you guys, but I had a jaw drop moment when I first saw it on TV. Trump is requesting help from the Russians. Is there anybody going to do anything about this? And guess what? People were thinking like me in the law enforcement community, and I was so happy. You know what I mean?
But I'm so fascinated by this thing Sean's doing.
Also, not all of those were overturned. I don't know how many.
I'm digging out a covert.
Can you make like a penis, like a big phallic hill?
I don't know how to answer that.
You can say yes. Don't worry. You can say yes. You're in a safe place.
I mean, I am making a mountain essentially. I'm about 15 feet above the actual ground.
Oh, just phallic it up a bit and just leave it there for the day. It'd be kind of funny.
How do you want me to phallic it? How do you phallic it up?
You're the expert, dude. I just have a request. I just have a request.
I wave at the trains.
Oh.
So I don't know if you can see it or not, but hang on. Right there is a train track. They run. Yeah, they run trains nonstop all day. Some of them being 2 or 3 miles long. I don't know where they are. They usually come through a lot more. But at the same time, I am dodging people. I gotta get around so you can see them. See those little orange vest motherfuckers down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, those fuckers are in my way because all that dirt down here, I'm supposed to be getting, but I can't because those fuckers are in my way.
So, hey guys, I'm trying to make a penis over here.
Yeah, yes. So what I'm digging right now, I don't know if you can see it, but where you're looking at now is like a drainage swell, a covert drainage swell. So I'm just extending that where I am because I'm on a big mound of dirt right now.
I feel like picking up my controller and act like I'm playing a video game. Like,
that's what I'm doing. I'm just let's see if I can do it real quick. Hang on. Flipper. Yep, there it is. See these? That's all I do. I just play with these little controls all day.
That's cool.
A day in the life of Sean G. Nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're making phallic symbols.
I don't even know what that means. We've already discussed that.
Don't worry, you can figure it out. You can figure it out.
I'm gonna be pissed when I do too. I'm like, fuck. I know what he's talking about now.
Yesterday was funner. I had a lot more trucks. Now I got only 2 trucks. Like a lot of waiting. So I just do stupid shit like spin around in circles.
That's cool. All right, guys, I gotta go hop on a call. Have a wonderful afternoon or morning or wherever you are.
You guys saw the latest images from the Parker probe of the sun? Those ejections. I mean, real video image from the Parker probe. Spectacular, man.
Good.
Was it an actual photo or was it image rendered through data?
Well, do you know that when your camera snaps photos, it's saved as the ones and zeros, right?
The
Parker Solar Probe is not taking actual pictures.
Okay. So did it take a physical picture, or did they make a picture according to the data the Parker probe gave them?
When your phone takes a photo, is it making images or is it taking a photo? What's your phone doing?
How about this? How about you share that image in the chat? It's very simple. When how about this? I can take it, like, if you look at my screen, I can take a picture of what you're seeing right now, and then I can send it to people. And that would be a picture. And I understand the meta is ones and zeros. I get it. Hang on. I get it. What I'm asking you is there a physical picture of what you're talking about? Or did they take the data and make an image, which is perfectly fucking normal and understandable? I'm asking a question.
It's a video, and it was beamed back to headquarters in the forms of ones and zeros. I don't understand.
So they rendered a video. They rendered a video using the data. It did not take an actual video, correct?
What do you mean they didn't take an actual video?
Okay. You know what?
I mean, it's fair to clarify that, because when we say video or photos, like what we mean today in the digital age, nobody really makes that distinction anymore.
Exactly. I mean, it's all in ones and zeros. I mean,
No, the Parker Solar Probe
use
is
the
one of the
whisper
fakest
on the-
satellites
on it.
out there.
They use
Because
the
you guys
whisper on
claim that while your satellites are in transit, like going through the exosphere, and then you're trying to get to middle Earth orbit, you keep your cameras inside of cases so the lens and the casing and the battery doesn't get damaged. As opposed to the Parker Solar Probe, you could just have it out willy-nilly in the coronasphere of the sun. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
willy-nilly.
I'm going to
Speaking of
assume.
straw
I'm
mans
going to.
and
I'm going to
incorrectly-
assume
Jesus Christ.
that the Parker probe sent over a bunch of data, and that data was then rendered into an image or a video. It's completely normal. They do it all the time with black holes. I don't know why you're trying to argue it. It was just a simple fucking question.
No, they don't
So
do
if
it.
I send you a JPEG,
They don't
if
do
I
that.
send you a
Literally.
JPEG, is that an image or is that data?
Right. Exactly. Ask him that. Yeah.
It'd be an image I can look at. It wouldn't be. What I'm asking is did they take that data and then render the image, or is it just an image that they uploaded and shared with the people? That's all I'm asking.
If you
I'm not asking as a
consider that
gotcha.
file, sure, no, I get it. If you say that image that I send you as a JPEG is an image, I think it's safe to say that what the Parker probe made was an image.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Everything
sure why it's fun.
zeros.
You're constantly playing the gotcha game, and no one's trying to play the gotcha game. It's just a simple fucking question.
No, it's not a simple question.
It is a very simple question.
As a matter of fact, I'll go so far to say that the question is kind of incoherent because everything is digital now.
No, it was coherent. You're just, I don't know, I haven't pegged you as a troll or just boring. I'm not sure yet.
I'm just factual. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. The thing literally has a camera affixed to it, and the camera is videoing, right? It then packaged that video and beamed it back to Earth. During that packaging process, it's converting it to ones and zeros and transferred through radio waves in ones and zeros. It gets to the computer, and the computer disassembles ones and zero back to the image. I mean, what is this? Isn't that how life works?
Okay. They also, in the same regards, they take satellite data and will give you an imagery using just the data, correct?
Those are not pictures. Those are not photos.
Again, this is what I was asking for clarification about. Wasn't a gotcha, wasn't a you're wrong. It was me trying to clarify what you were saying.
You're talking about taking a bunch of measurements and then formulating a picture. That's
Nobody's going to try to address what I said at all. When you guys claim that you can't take pictures while you're in transit with your satellite, like people request for you to take pictures of the Earth as you move away from it and seeing it change angular size within the frame, you guys claim we can't have a camera exposed to the atmosphere while it's in transit on the satellite because it's going to damage the camera. Then meanwhile, you say the Parker Solar Probe is taking pictures the whole time while it's getting hit by the coronasphere.
You said that. I didn't say that.
It's a contradicting claim.
He's straw manning.
That's why nobody's doing
Not a straw man. It's exactly what you guys claim.
He's a straw manning. That's
Nope,
all
not
electric does. He
You
just
guys do
straw
not
mans and
deploy.
lies.
You guys do not deploy cameras while satellites are in transit on their way to Middle Earth orbit. You say you take pictures from Middle Earth orbit of Earth, and the entire circumference of the Earth is within the frame of the camera. Yeah, you say you can't take pictures until you're in Middle Earth orbit because while you're in transit, the camera will get damaged. It's in a special
Straw man.
case.
Who
That's
said
not
that?
a straw man. This is not a straw man. You don't know the model. I'm teaching you.
Oh, I see. No. Okay, I see what he's saying. We'll use Himawari as a good example. He's saying, how come when Himawari was being launched out to where it's at now, the camera wasn't turned on?
Exactly. Prove that you're moving away from the Earth.
I think that's a good question. Okay. I think I know why. But correct me if I'm wrong. I think it would be a blurry mess.
Right. Not
It would
only
be, yes.
Not only
But
that.
you could create the image if you needed to. You could. But they say, oh, we're not going to do that. We're going to wait until we're way over there.
No. The thing is, they don't send up missions with flat.
You are
Earth.
learning this right now. You don't know anything about it. Sorry.
They don't send up. They don't.
I literally just educated you. You don't have a rebuttal yet.
Send up
this as a globetrot.
Don't send. They don't send up missions with flat Earth needs in mind. They send up missions to go take a photo, an image of where they're going. They're not
didn't
thinking,
comprehend what I said at all.
They're not dumb scientists. They don't waste resources and say, oh guys, guess what? There's a bunch of flat earthers on the surface of Earth. Let's make sure we turn the camera around.
Hey, you're making excuses for not proving you're in transit. I know. You don't think you have to prove you're in transit. You could just say, I'm on Earth, and then all of a sudden I'm 10,000 miles away, and you don't have to be. I know. You're not interested in that.
They don't have to. They don't care about you.
No, you don't care about evidence of your claims.
What you need to do is go to school.
You have no evidence of your claim.
Let me say this.
Easter, I told you this last night. Don't fucking take the bait. You just make a fool out of yourself.
He's not making a fool out of himself. He's bringing you down to his level and beating you with experience. He just talks over, lies, strawmans, makes irrelevant points, the Gish Gallop. He's a
You
pro
can't
at
address
being
what I'm saying at all. You're just sitting there
idiot.
crying like a little baby. You can address my argument.
See,
Stop
there we go.
bitching.
In text chat, I completely schooled Electric, showed that he was lying, and all he did was lie back at me.
Wow,
he
you
never
claim you
conceded a
were there
single
for
thing.
the conversation. You were not there for the
I
conversation.
never made that claim.
You're a
Here's you
delusional
lying again.
fucktard. You
I
think you're
never
in
made that
space.
claim.
You think
Here's
that
you
you're
lying
a fucking
again.
astronaut, and you think that you were there for the conversation.
I
You're
never
just an
made that
imaginary
claim. So
globe
this
tart.
is amazing evidence of you again lying and misrepresenting. I never claimed I was there for that
All
conversation.
right, pathetic
I showed
pop-tart.
using
Yes,
your own words that you were
imagine
lying.
that you're in all kinds of scenarios. You think you were there for the conversation.
I
You're
never claimed
delusional.
that. I obviously
Then why are you
wasn't there.
making claims about the conversation? I need to teach you what happened.
I was
Okay?
showing that your own
You are
words were
very
contradicting your
uneducated,
own words.
therefore I have to tell you what happened. So stop trying to act
I
like you were
quoted
there.
your own words showing
You
that you
weren't there.
contradicted yourself.
You've never heard what I just presented about the casing for the camera as it's in transit. You have
Complete
no rebuttal.
irrelevant
You're
to
just
the
complaining
discussion at
like a
hand.
retard.
Completely
You have no
irrelevant. There
rebuttal.
you
You're just
go, going on
complaining
the
like
Gish
a
Gallop.
retard.
You get completely shown that you are a liar, so you change the topic before anyone has time to comprehend that you just got shown as a liar.
No, you have plenty of time to comprehend. You're just an idiot.
Yeah, I comprehend everything. You're just a lying Gish Gallop
Okay, but
fucking
you are yet
retard.
to actually make a valid response to anything.
I did. I showed you're a liar, which was the whole point of my claim. You don't
did
even
not-
understand
no,
what I'm
I
trying
didn't
to
lie
claim.
about anything, dude. I am correct. He
Yeah,
thinks
you just
that on a flat
claimed
Earth,
that I
you
claimed
require
was in
there
the
to be an
conversation.
atmosphere.
I told you that was
He
lying.
said you're an idiot. He said that on a flat Earth, you require there to be an atmosphere for rockets to thrust. That was never anybody's claim except for the Glober.
Hey guys,
You are
I put the video in the chat of this Parker probe's closest ever images of the sun. Very nice. Look at it.
You have no evidence that the Parker Solar Probe
this
is actually in
and
transit
this
towards
is
the sun.
this and it's exactly what you would expect. You know.
You
and
have
it's very
no
nice.
evidence of the Parker Solar Probe. You
Yeah.
have none.
Yeah, I do. The
This
image
is literally evidence of the Parker
No,
Solar
it's
Probe.
not. No, it's
It's up to you to show that it's fake. This is evidence that
evidence,
it's real.
right.
Show that it's fake.
You need
Show
to
that
know
this is
you're
faulty
making
evidence.
an extraordinary claim that you have a satellite in transit
wow,
that's 100,
extraordinary. Wow, where
100
did you
million
get
miles
that?
away. Don't
Extraordinary.
interrupt.
Because it's
You
extraordinary.
have an
it's possible.
extraordinary claim
Don't
that you
interrupt
have
as
a
he
satellite
talks
that is.
over everybody. Jesus
You
Christ,
have an
get a load of this
extraordinary.
guy.
Stop
If you're
complaining.
just going to
No,
talk
you have
over
an
everyone, I'm going to talk
extraordinary-
back over
You
you.
have an extraordinary.
All right,
There is
pathetic
extraordinary
Glober
amounts
doesn't
of
know how to have a
claims.
Prove that this is
conversation. So
fake.
you have an extraordinary
We have
claim
extraordinary
that
amounts of
your
claims, and you
satellite
just
is
claim
in
it's fake.
transit to 100 million miles away. Why don't you provide evidence for your extraordinary claim?
Tell you what.
There
tell you
is
what,
evidence
tell
of
you
it.
what.
You just claim it's fake.
Yeah, a random ass picture that could have came. I could fucking make a
random
JPEG of
picture. You
anything
mean
right
like the
now
one
and
that
say
you
it
did
came
with the
from
fly?
space.
You mean the one with the fly? You remember the one with the
Listen
fly?
close,
That was
you
a
fucking
random picture.
idiot, dude. I can make
That
an
was a
image and
random
tell you, look,
picture.
I saw this
That was
image
a
from
random
space,
picture.
and you're
So
just gonna
the-
believe me because you're a fucktard.
Listen, the burden of proof is on you to prove
The
that
burden
what
of
I
proof is on
post
you
is
is
fake.
to prove the burden of proof is
No,
on you.
no,
You have
brother.
to prove that the
It
Parker
literally
Solar
says-
Probe
listen,
actually
let me
traveled
read it.
100
Let me
million
read it.
miles.
Let me read it. It says,
Can you please
NASA
provide
just
evidence that the
posted
Parker
closest
Solar Probe
ever
traveled 100
images
million
of the
miles?
sun, and they are
Instead of
pretty
just
good.
lying and saying that the
That
image is evidence when it
my
clearly is not?
evidence, and that is it. Now is
No, that is not
burden of
evidence. You
proof
are
is on
claiming that
you.
is what would happen
Burden
if
of
you
There
were
proof
is
is on
a
you.
buttload of
Burden of
evidence
proof is on
documenting the
you.
construction, launch, etc. of the
You don't have
probe
any
on the
evidence
website.
of it going from
You don't
zero
have any
altitude
evidence that
to
it is fake.
150 million miles altitude. You have
No,
no
yeah,
evidence.
Electric
You have
just
no evidence that
lies.
it's fake.
Yeah, he's just a
You're getting
lying
distracted.
Gish
Yeah, you gotta
Galloping
you're
idiot.
You have no evidence that
Now
it's
you don't
fake.
understand what evidence is.
Yeah, you're an idiot. Good
You
job.
don't have any evidence that it's fake. The burden of proof is on you, Electric. Let's hear it.
All right, so you guys have nothing. So that's all you're gonna do is
No,
just
you
sit
have
and complain
nothing.
and
I
sound
have something. I
stupid.
just posted it. I just posted it.
You don't have evidence that the
I
Parker
just
Solar
posted
Probe
it.
went from zero
I just
altitude
posted it.
to 150
I just
million
posted it.
miles altitude.
I just posted it. Your turn. Time for you to post something that says Parker Probe didn't do any of this. Go ahead. Make our day.
Hey,
Posted an
Electric, what
MSN
did
Here's
article
the
covering the
launch.
claims.
Here's the launch.
You are so
There's
dumb.
evidence that it launched
This
from
is
Earth.
an
Boom.
MSN article relaying the claims. This is not evidence.
It is from space.com and it is a feed from the NASA's main database.
This is not what evidence would ever look like for your
Yes,
claim.
it is a video. Look at it.
No, you need to
burden
go
of
get the
proof is on
telemetry
you.
data of the the solar probe.
So you're saying it's fake
You
because
need
of
to
where
actually
the,
show
because
that
of where
the
the video
data
is?
from the
No,
solar
yeah, no.
probe shows
I
it
saw it.
I can
in
record the video.
transit,
I saw
moving away
Electric
from
is
the
a
Earth
pro
and
at
reaching
doing this.
150 million,
Electric,
All he
I
does
can
is
record
lie
the video.
and straw
150
man. It's
million
all he
miles
does.
away.
All straw man.
Yo, Nacor. Yo,
All he
Nacor, I
does
know you
is
have
he
data.
lies, gish gallops, and straw mans. It's all he does.
Can I just say something? Can I just say something real quick?
Yes, please say something.
Electric, you just asked for like telemetry data or something like that. Like you've already said that what's been presented could easily be fake. Anything could easily be fake according to that logic. So what do you
when
think
you
is
make
evidence?
extraordinary claims about satellites traveling to 150 million
make
miles away,
extraordinary
you
claims
better
about
believe
it
that
being
people are
fact,
going to
don't
want
fake.
evidence of your extraordinary
I
claims.
want
Stop
evidence
acting like
that
a
is
fucking
fake.
imaginary retard.
What?
I posted the evidence. It's
question
in the
is,
chat.
What is
Fucking
evidence?
retards like to imagine shit that you can't prove.
Yeah,
I don't know what's
don't
wrong with you.
imagine. It's not an imagination. The evidence is in the chat.
You got this fucking idiot Nacor who got a
imagination.
bunch of jab damage, has no idea what he's talking about. Never heard of this argument.
It is
Thinks he
there.
knows
It is
everything when
in
he
the chat.
actually knows
I did
nothing.
not
You've
imagine
never
that.
heard what I
There we
said.
go.
If the camera requires
Straw manning,
you never
lying,
heard anybody
gish
tell you
galloping.
that the
Straw
camera
man,
in
lying,
transit
gish galloping,
requires
talking
a
over
special
everybody.
casing to prevent damage
Yeah,
to the
brother
lens.
electric.
You've never
Brother
heard that
electric.
before because
Right,
you
and
are
now he's going to a
you're
completely
an
different
auto
argument because
glober.
he's
You don't
a
know
liar.
any of the reasons people think there's a globe. You're just an auto glober. You understand that? You
we know.
yogurt, you yogurt.
There's no. The reason why we think the Earth is a globe is because we have this image that I just posted in the chat.
The reason
You guys
I
are
know the Earth
retarded.
is a globe is sunrise, sunsets, seasons.
So nobody presented
cetera.
evidence that the Parker Solar
Video,
Probe
I have a
was from
video.
0
I have a
altitude
And
video
we
in the
have
150
posted
million miles
so
out.
much evidence that is real, and he just ignores it.
Okay, now four
Eratosthenes,
globes are
ship,
going to
ship setting, ship
We have a
setting,
video.
you know,
Video in the chat.
basically everything you ever
That's
see.
more
basically-
idiots
No, yeah,
talking is
Electric
not
is just a
going to
liar.
provide evidence.
Basically,
All he does is
everything
gish
that you
gallops, talks
see.
over, insults, strawmans.
You have done
everything you ever
nothing
see.
at all. Nacor, you haven't done
No
anything.
evidence for
You're
the.
just sitting in
There's
a
no
chair.
evidence for the flat Earth. The electric just sits here and talks. and
Nacor, all
talks
you're
and talks.
doing is sitting in a chair.
He
You're not
never
providing
gives
evidence
any
of your
evidence
claim
for
about
the
the Parker
flat Earth.
Solar
He
Probe.
thinks the Earth is. He says the
How
Earth
do you
is not
plan
flat,
on
but yet he claims
providing
nothing.
evidence of a Parker Solar
How
Probe,
about some
Nacor?
person?
You want to give me
How
something?
about? You mean the fact that we
I already
launched
did
the
in
solar
chat,
Parker
you
Solar
fucking
Probe?
lying
It's in the chat.
retard.
That's not telemetry data. That's not anything. That's not
It
radio
is
telemetry.
you asked for
fucking
evidence.
understand
You
telemetry.
asked for evidence,
they could have
not
pointed
telemetry
it. They
data.
could have pointed
Both
it.
of
you
these
fucking
things are
understand
evidence.
You
The Earth's
asked
getting
for evidence,
smaller.
not
You could show
telemetry
the Earth's
data.
getting
You'll
smaller.
never ever understand telemetry data.
Because of the Earth
Telemetry
thing.
data is way beyond you. You barely understand that 1 plus
You
1
don't have
equals 2.
evidence of the Parker Solar Probe going from 0
Yes,
altitude
it's
to 450 million
It's in the
We
chat.
got telemetry. You want to understand telemetry. You want the telemetry? Fuck, you want to understand the
Go
telemetry.
get it, you little fetch
Go
dog.
look in the chat.
You want to
Go look in
understand
the
the
chat.
telemetry.
Go
You
fetch
barely
your little
understand that
puppy.
1 plus 1 equals 2. You think the Earth is flat and you want to
Go
understand telemetry
fetch.
data?
Go
Yeah, fuck
fetch.
you. Find it
Brother
yourself,
Electric.
you fucktard.
Go get the evidence
Brother
that you
Electric is in
don't
the
have
chat.
in this conversation.
We have the evidence, you moron. What do you think?
You don't have the evidence right
Yeah,
now.
Oh, we don't have the evidence that you'll accept because you want to understand telemetry.
I have evidence that you don't have
you don't.
evidence because you
You have
don't
evidence. You don't have
present
any
it.
evidence. What's your evidence for the flat Earth? Go.
You don't. We're talking about the
Evidence
Parker
for
Solar
the
Probe.
flat
I
Earth.
know you
Go.
would love to change the
What's
topic.
your evidence for the flat Earth? Go. You're talking about evidence. Come on, give me some evidence for the flat Earth.
I'm going to make my argument again, okay? Because you guys
Come on, give
clearly
me
aren't
evidence for
comprehending
the flat
very
Earth.
simple concepts.
Where's your evidence
You
for
need
the
to
flat Earth?
comprehend
You
this
say
very
the Earth is
simple
flat.
concept.
Where's the evidence?
So when you guys say that your satellites
Come
are
on,
in transit
any
in the
evidence.
middle Earth orbit, and then you say that once you get
Any
there,
evidence. Come on,
then you're
any
going to
evidence.
enter the geostationary orbit. You're going to fix your camera towards
Look,
the Earth, and you're going to start taking pictures. Yo, Star, shut the fuck up. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Star, shut your dumb ass mouth.
If we did that for you, if we did that for you, you would say it's fake. You would say it's CGI.
You need to go
You
smoke
just say
crack.
it's CGI. You'd move it. You'd raise another hoop. You'd raise another hoop and say, "Oh, that's not good enough. I need this.
didn't
Then
hear the
I need
argument.
this." It's never good enough for
The
you. is it?
argument, NASA show.
Nothing is never good. Everything
You
is
guys
never good
claim
enough.
that you have satellites that are in transit that need to reach middle Earth. The satellites need to reach middle Earth orbit, and then that's when
What's
you can
middle
start
Earth
taking pictures. Middle Earth orbit is roughly 10 to 26,000 miles away from the Earth. You guys claim, listen close, don't interrupt, you fucking idiot. So you guys shut the fuck up, Rob. I'm not listening to you right now. Shut the fuck up. Shut your dumb ass up. You need to listen to this. So you guys claim that you cannot take pictures of the Earth until you get to the geostationary orbit that is 10 to 25,000 miles away, because while you are in transit, your camera can get damaged. You say say that the meso, the thermo, the exosphere, it causes damage to your sat. Yes, it causes damage to your camera. Therefore, you cannot take pictures
Bullshit.
of the
Well,
Earth changing angular
I'm calling
size
bullshit.
within your frame.
I'm calling bullshit.
This is such a simple argument to comprehend, and
calling
instead you're
bullshit.
over talking, saying a bunch of garbage.
I'm calling bullshit.
You
calling
don't even try to
show
comprehend the
show
argument.
me that. Show me.
You
Come on.
steel man my argument.
Show me your argument. Earth flat. I'm dumb.
You're a fucking idiot.
Earth
Exactly.
flat,
That's
I'm
why
dumb.
I need to. That's why I need to say it
well,
again.
my name is Electric, and everything you say is not good enough for me because you have to
That's
give them.
why
Then
I'm
after
going
you do
to
that,
say it again.
after you
So
do that, I'll
listen
raise
close.
another hoop.
You
I'll move
guys
the
claim that
goalpost.
you
I'm
cannot
calm.
take
Although
pictures of
hey,
the
I'm
Earth
trying to steal
while
man
the
your argument.
satellite is
Hey, you don't
in
like me stealing?
transit
My name
towards
is
its
Electric, and I'm going to move the
towards middle
goalpost.
Earth
I'm going to
orbit.
keep on moving the goalpost until you have something, and then after you give it to me,
This is
I'll move
what
the
you're doing
goalpost
is
some
not
more.
globe evidence. Everything you're
Yeah,
saying is not providing evidence of a globe. So you need to shut the
everything
fuck
that
up.
you say. I want evidence for the flat Earth.
I'm
Come on,
going to
anything.
explain this.
Any
No,
evidence
you
for
are
the
going
flat
to
Earth.
let me. That's
Any
still
evidence for the flat Earth. Anything
yes.
at
You
all. Come on,
don't
go.
want anything
Go.
to make
Anything.
sense. I am making sense. That's why
Anything.
you're intentionally interrupting.
Anything. Come on, give me
This is
anything.
why everybody. This is why everybody
Anything.
thinks that you're pathetic, dude.
Anything. Come on,
You can't
Electric.
actually
Anything.
rebuttal. All you
Give it
can
to
do is
me.
let me talk.
Anything. Anything evidence. Any evidence. Come on. Any evidence at all of the flat Earth. Go.
Look, he doesn't. He doesn't allow for the argument to be had.
Any evidence for the flat
He's
Earth at all. Come
afraid
on.
of me
Give me.
stating my
Come on.
position.
No, the
Why
argument
Any
are
evidence
you
at
so
all.
afraid of me making my argument now?
Any evidence at all. You're not making an argument. All you're doing is moving the goalpost, and you won't give any evidence at all for the flat Earth.
You're the argument.
Where's
You're
the evidence
sad idiot.
for the flat Earth, Electric? Come on. Any
Listen,
evidence at all.
you sad little
One
man.
tiny bit of evidence
You
for
are
the flat Earth.
so
Go.
afraid of me
Come
making this
on.
argument. I
You
know.
haven't
It
made
destroys
any
the
arguments
globe.
at all. All you're saying is
Yes,
nuh-uh.
I am destroying
Your
the
whole
globe.
argument,
That's
I
why
can
you feel
sum up your entire argument is nuh-uh and incredulity. That's all you got. You're like SE Montreal on steroids. Come on, any evidence at all for
while
the
your
flat Earth.
while your satellite is in
Any
transit, you
evidence at
claim
all
that
for
it
the flat Earth.
requires a special casing so it doesn't get
evidence
damaged by
at
the
all.
atmosphere.
Any evidence at all for the
You
flat
don't
Earth.
comprehend the argument at all. That's
Any
why
evidence
I keep
at all.
saying it, and you keep
Come on,
interrupting.
for the flat Earth. Give me
You
the evidence.
refuse for there
For the
to be
flat Earth.
comprehension of my argument. That's
Come
why
on,
you're
you had no argument. All you're saying is nuh-uh and
I would
incredulity.
love to make the argument if any
You don't have an
moderator
argument.
will allow me to make
You
my
don't have an argument.
Otherwise,
You don't
Your
have an
argument is that you want some
He's going to
specific bit of
completely
data
avoid
that we don't
addressing
have.
You don't have an
That's all-
argument.
That's,
Come
that's
on,
your
I want
argument.
any
Your
evidence
argument
at all.
is you want a specific piece of data that we don't have.
Any
You are
evidence at all
making
for
zero
flat Earth.
positive claims.
You do, can you steel man my argument, Nacor? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yes, you can
Earth
steal man
flat.
your argument.
I'm
Your
electric.
argument
Here,
is not
Nothing's good
This
enough.
is I'm electric. I want to have
It's
this
nuh-uh.
specific piece of data
That's not the
of
argument.
visual
That is the
imagery
argument.
that
The
doesn't
argument
exist.
is nuh-uh.
That image doesn't exist, therefore the Earth is not a globe. That is your argument.
Congratulations, you did
That
not
is his
steel
argument.
man my argument, so allow
I'm
me to
going
make,
into electric,
allow me
and
to
I'm going to move
provide
the goalpost.
clarification to the
I
Pop
keep
Tart.
on moving the goalpost because
Allow
I'm a
me to
dumb fuck
provide
and I don't
clarification
understand
to the
anything.
Pop-Tart.
And I have
So,
no evidence for the
you
flat Earth.
claim
But I'll just sit here and keep on talking
if you
because
think that Earth, because you're
I don't want
over-talking
to
me.
listen to anybody. I just want to keep my mouth
And
open
now he's
and
going
keep
to
flooding
repeat
shit.
what I said his argument was verbatim and claim that I can't steel man it.
No, you
Despite
did
the
not
fact that
steel
I
man.
literally
I
just
steel
did
man.
it
Steel man
exactly.
my
I did a
argument at
perfect
all.
steel
No,
man
you
of
did
you.
not.
I did
You
a
are an
perfect
idiot.
steel man. He
perfect
says
steel man
I
of
didn't.
electric.
He's going to
I'm
repeat
sorry
the
that you have
exact
so
same
much
argument.
AstraZeneca
He's
in
going to
your
say,
blood. I know you're retarded.
why is there not this specific
Look
piece
who's
of image
talking.
from satellites going into space? If this
The
were
most
the case, then I'd be okay with the Earth being a globe. But that
Satellites
doesn't
do
exist,
not,
therefore it's not.
satellites do not take images of the Earth while they are in
See,
transit.
the
You claim that
specific
they
piece of
require-
data,
Why would you take
that is what he
evidence?
wants.
You
The
Why
are
would you
specific
interrupting
piece
me
of
in the
data
middle
he
of my
wants.
sentence, you fucking
Oh my
idiot.
God!
Boy,
What a
you
fucking moron!
Because you said I was wrong, and
Why
then
don't you
you
make my argument
repeat
and
your argument,
listen to
proving
what a
that I
fucking idiot.
understood it completely.
Oh, we don't take pictures. We
You
don't
have a
take
chance
pictures
to
before we
actually
get to.
rebut something that
We don't
refutes
open up our
both.
cameras
Go
until
ahead
we
and
get to the
listen.
orbit we want to be at.
That
Why would
Bill's a
we do
coward.
that?
He doesn't
Well,
allow.
why would they open it? Why wouldn't they do that, Electric? Why would they not
This
open their
is such a
cameras in
simple
the
argument. You need to listen. You guys claim that
exactly.
you
They have
cannot
to
take
protect because they're
pictures until you are in
expensive.
geostationary
And even if they
orbit.
did what you
say
want,
that
you would
the
say it was
atmosphere is
fake.
going to damage the lens. It's going to
That's
damage the
correct.
casing of your camera.
That's
It's
correct.
going to cause there
That's
to
correct.
be issues taking the pictures.
That's all correct. So now
Cool.
what's your
So the
problem?
Parker Solar Probe camera is in a more harsh environment
And it's
than your
way more
satellite.
expensive and highly specialized.
Geostationary
It's way
orbit.
more
Highly
expensive and
specialized
specialized
camera.
exactly for
And
it.
guess what? They didn't open that in the atmosphere either. They waited until they waited until they were like way away from Earth before they opened it up.
Hit by the corona mass ejections from the coronosphere.
Again, they waited a long time before they opened that up.
You're still talking through me.
I know I'm talking through you because you won't shut the fuck up. How about if you just shut the fuck up occasionally? You know, like say something and then shut up. That's how
you don't have an argument. All you're doing is over talking.
No,
I have a good
you would shut the fuck up.
You can't address
my
conversation.
He already addressed your argument like 8 times.
What you do is you say something
why your
and then you
argument
shut
is
up.
retarded.
No, Nacor,
you don't ever shut up.
Let's see if you
yeah,
you don't ever shut up.
You said, why can't we have satellites have cameras when they're going into space when the Parker probe has a camera which is near sun? That makes no sense.
All right, so you don't comprehend the argument at all.
That's literally what your argument was. I just mocked your voice.
You can't answer the question. That's why
we did. The camera on the Parker space probe is incredibly expensive and designed specifically for that thing, and it wasn't opened in the atmosphere.
Therefore, it should be able to take pictures while in transit, while it's
moving. No. Why you want to take pictures in transit? What will that prove? Here,
what will that prove?
Fun fact: the sun,
excuse me, electric. Tell me, electric. Tell me what that will prove.
Rolling all over your
Tell me what it will prove, electric. Electric. Hello. Tell me what it will prove.
Why aren't they able to prove that the Earth would change angular size as it moves away from the Earth?
For fuck's sake.
You cannot take pictures of the Earth and traverse away from.
So you need to
prove that the Earth is changing angular size.
You understand that these cameras are designed
hot air balloons or something? Because you can do a hot air balloon to high altitude.
These cameras are designed for a specific task, right? Goddamn, electric! Do you ever shut up? Do you ever shut up, electric? You ever shut up, or do you just have to talk over everybody no matter what?
You are yet to comprehend my argument because
your argument is dumb. These cameras are expensive. They're designed for specific.
His argument has been steel-manned 8 times.
They're supposed to be able to handle the harsh environment.
So they are different environments.
Pictures of the Earth as it changes.
And even if they did that, you would say it's fake.
Polar bears,
if they did that, they would say it's fake.
In the harsh environment of
even if they did that, you would say it's faked. You would say it's faked.
Camera's very expensive.
I know this is the other thing. This is sort of like the dumb. Hey, why don't they have cameras on the moon thing? Why don't we have cameras on the moon? Why don't we have cameras to do this? Why don't we have cameras to do something else? Electric demands. Hey, I need this specific.
And then you say you don't have enough money for your camera.
Even if we had that,
you guys are retarded.
Even if we had that, you would say it's fake.
You have all the money. You have a black.
No, they don't have all the money. Fuck off.
Design any kind of camera to withstand the harsh environment. And you say, well, we don't have the money to do it. Yet you're dumping
NASA gets its funding cut every year.
Do it apparently. So take a picture of the Earth changing angular size for once. Stop being a lying retard with jab damage. Fucking idiot.
That's funny. Coming from you, that's fucking funny.
Right, I'm gonna go back to where people are more reasonable.
Yeah. You go back to your echo chamber. Go back to the echo chamber.
He's worse in voice than he is in text.
Oh fuck yeah.
That's like Democ.
It's like Democ. It's like SE Montreal on steroids. No.
I steelman his argument perfectly, and then he says I don't. Then he repeats the same thing.
He's in complete cosplay mode. He's nothing but pure trigger bait. He's just every day he gets more disgusting, and he's just contrarian to everything. What he rejects is reality, and what he espouses is there is no reality. That he's got nothing to replace reality. Just no, you can't prove you got nothing. It's like that.
Yeah, it's like you don't have evidence. Okay, here's the evidence. Oh, you don't have this one thing, therefore you have no evidence.
Yeah, like yesterday when he was like, "Oh, there's so many, ambiguities or problems with Antarctica." I go, "Name one." He goes, "We need a flight from the South Pole to the North Pole." I go, "Oh wait, no. What's wrong with Antarctica?" "Well, we don't have a flight from the North Pole to the South Pole." "No, what's wrong with Antarctica?" "Oh, I already told you."
Yeah, and then I showed him.
That's where he's at. That's where he's at. He's just a contrarian. He's an attention whore, and he just wants to be disgusting.
Who's got that picture of the flat Earth satellite with like 20 cameras on it?
Also, like, there's people do weather balloons that go way high up there, and you can see the Earth changing angular size.
Yeah, you compare Himawari to Discover. Yeah. Compare GOES to Discover. Yeah, there's all kinds of, photography at different elevations. Compare the photographs from ISS. to discover or Himawari. Yeah, they got it's just yeah, they just want shit that doesn't happen, and since there's no evidence of things that doesn't happen, that's more, that's proof that I don't know what it is because it's just so internally contradictory.
No, this is like the sequel to Why Isn't There a Camera on the Moon?
And Parker Solar Probe has taken photos of Venus. Because the Parker Solar Probe's orbit goes around the sun and Venus. And how many of these fuckheads have satellite dishes in their backyards?
It's worse
And
than that.
GPS works.
It's not. It's worse than that. They're communicating over the internet.
And does Electric think my profile picture's me? That's the
Who
second
knows
time
what
he's
he
referenced
thinks?
it.
There's no way to know what he thinks because what he thinks varies.
It's a mashup of Frodo and Chris Moltisanti, and he thinks that's me. It's funny when it's actually AI and Photoshop, he can't tell.
Do you have hairy feet too?
Only on my left foot.
He said the 1900 survey or the 1895 survey of the 39th parallel. He said that's all. That doesn't match your globe model because all the triangles don't add up to 181 degrees. 181 degrees. Yeah, that'd be a triangle the size of Texas. And so I said, well, here's the data. Let's talk about the data. No response. I brought up a chart that had all the triangles with a uniform one arc second per 72 square mile increase in spherical excess based on triangle size. Nice every triangle of greater than a couple of 100 miles. Yeah, a couple 100 square miles of area. Yeah, spherical excess. And spherical excess is hard to measure because people, given our electronic age, triangulation is, is steam engine. You don't see people out there, dealing with triangles with 80-mile sides and 50-mile sides.
If these guys would, I keep on telling them to go talk to ham radio operators. The other one they could do would be to there's a repeater on the ISS, and you have to adjust your frequency up and down as it comes towards you and then goes away.
And they get on airplanes with 8, 9, 10-hour flights, completely confident that everything about that Great Circle Route flight, GPS, satellite navigated, everything about this is just fine. And then they get here and say, oh, that shit's all fake. They don't know. And what was Gak saying the other day, where Gakuchi, when he said, oh, airplanes fly themselves. They just go A to B. Most retarded thing, even by his standards.
Well, let's see. Who's airborne today? Oh, here's Lantham 805, Santiago, Melbourne. He's up. South African Airlines from Perth to Johannesburg is up.
Perth, Johannesburg. That's a serious flight. Yeah, everything they ask for in Southern Hemisphere routes is laid bare in regularly scheduled flights, and they say, nuh-uh, they got to go to. They always have to go to like UAE or something.
Except they don't.
Okay, but why isn't there one from Pontus Arenas to Moscow?
Yeah,
I need that specific flight.
Why is there one from? Why isn't there one from
if the Earth
Peoria
is
to
a globe, you could have that flight. So, like, where is it? There's no evidence.
Why isn't there one from Peoria to Paris? Right? Yeah.
Well, you could charter one.
No, but there's not one, so therefore there's no evidence for globe.
Well,
yeah,
but
we need this one
one
specific thing. If this one specific thing doesn't exist, a globe falls apart. It's like fucking God of the Gaps for evolution on steroids.
There must be a
where's
lot
the
of people.
transitional fossil? Oh, where's the transitional photograph?
There must be a lot of people going to Easter Island right now because there are 2 flights headed that way. Yeah, both from Santiago. Let's see, an hour and a half apart.
That's almost suspicious.
I also love. See, right now it's not a great time to see it, but later on in the evening and early in the morning, you can see the big arches of people going across the North Atlantic from America to Europe and backwards. Now time of day it's kind of spaced out, but
Yeah,
Miami.
They either get on in the morning and spend all day traveling, or they get on in the evening and take the red eye.
Yep. So they wake up in the morning and.
Because it's got to take them 3 or 4 hours to turn that plane around.
Who's up over the Arctic right now? Somebody's got the Gulf Stream. I can't tell where they're going. Coming out of Turkey though, they're going some probably look more up over north of Canada now. Probably going some into Japan or something. I guess the Philippines can fly over Russia. Interesting. Everybody else has to fly a modified Great Circle route to do the old stay out of Russia flights that they used to do back in the bad old days.
So Congress just trashed NPR and PBS.
Excellent. Give those billionaires some more money.
They're just bent on dismantling everything, domestic and international. It's like this whole Trump crew had this love-hate relationship with the country. They pretend to love their fan base because the fan base gives them lip service, but they hate them. But they're the ones that they're fleecing. That's where their money comes from, is their fan base. And the fan base doesn't recognize that they're being fleeced. And when the smoke clears, when the smoke clears, the dollar won't be the dollar won't be the de facto currency. We won't have trading partners.
And the funny thing is, a lot of these cuts are hitting the red states the worst.
That's my point. The fan base is completely blind to shooting them their own feet. That's why you end up with pieces of shit like Gabriella. And what's his face, Screaming Red Dog or whatever he is, he's like, well, let's talk about Trump's accomplishments today. And he goes through with all these pretend accomplishments. And the trashing of, NPR and PBS was 100% party line. 100% party line. Got to be kidding me.
Electric is a joke. Hold on, Omni doesn't have any other mods? I mean, it seems like he's the only one that's modding.
Yo, what up? Mute. Someone got to unmute the oblate and demo. Yo, Blake, I'm trying to get him to unmute you right now. Yo, somebody free Oblate. Free everyone. I'm sitting in here with muted people. What the hell, man? It's terrible.
It's electric.
What's up, dude?
So let me guess, electric. Earth flat, no evidence of this, but Earth flat, right?
No evidence. No evidence of Earth being flat. I've asked flat earthers what's underneath the bottom of her feet. They're like, well, I mean, you know, we don't critically think that far. It's basically yeah. Flat earthers don't want to talk about flat earth. They just want to attack us. And we have all of the information that they need. And we've given them the information over and over. And then they turn around and say stuff like, oh, you is the same tired information that we're giving them. I say to them, facts don't change.
Why are you telling Globers what you do when you do a fire? Like we already know how it is. Thanks for informing us.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's a guys sign up for Neil deGrasse Tyson's lecture on the three truths. I'm gonna sign up and I'm gonna listen to it live. You know, it's very interesting. There's personal truth, there is objective truth, and there's another one. I don't remember right now. But anyway, so objective truth doesn't. Oh, you're right. Thank you. So objective truth doesn't care about flat earthers, and we have to make that clear to them. That's why I keep telling them the flipping sun is 93 million miles away. I will keep repeating that. If you throw me out and I come back, I'm gonna repeat it. Why? Because it's objective truth.
It's electric.
I think that's the wrong beat that you have there. You're doing the wrong beat.
Ah, whoops. Well, Blake was sitting in here muted, and there wasn't any moderator to come unmute him. It's kind of sad.
The beat you're looking for is dun 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 dun. That's the beat you're looking for.
Ah, yep, my bad. So, NASA show, why are you so afraid of me actually having a voice? Am I causing conflict in your agency? Ooh, it might not be a globe. Ooh, so scary. Ooga booga booga.
The globe unification is the geocentric model. That's plus Eratosthenes plus Isaac Newton plus Cavendish. You see, those four events caps off what we understand now to be a globe calculated wise.
What's Cavendish?
And then those four. Well, Cavendish was a man. He was a man.
Can you explain to me what Cavendish is?
Cavendish.
Cavendish has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Stop it.
Cavendish is a person.
Did I just say was that? All I did was ask him to explain Cavendish, NASA. Shut up,
sorry,
stupid.
Sean. I'm sorry, Sean. I didn't recognize it was you. I thought
Cavendish
you were
is a person. Is just a person that ran an experiment, a very, very important experiment.
More of a test.
Yeah, it's very, very important because remember, Isaac Newton used calculus to derive the gravitational constant. Well, he didn't use calculus. He just used basic math, right, to derive the gravitational constant.
Create calculus? NASA. Did he create calculus?
Yes, Isaac Newton created calculus. Yes. So he derived through maths the gravitational constant. Now, Cavendish experiment
gravity
proved it. Proved his gravitational constant. Measure it actually
absolutely
measured
incorrect. That is false.
No, that is 100% correct.
That is absolutely false. I don't think you understand what Cavendish is doing.
Okay, go ahead. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, you identified a force between two balls. You didn't identify the cause for gravity on Earth. You did not isolate a variable that causes downward acceleration.
Yes, we isolated
because you claim that you can't because you're within the gravitational field in your model. So you cannot actually isolate the variable.
Yes, we isolated the variable.
Because you think you're isolating downward acceleration.
We isolated the variable.
Doesn't mean you're isolating gravity entirely because gravity doesn't always point perfectly down relative to your reference.
Thanks for conceding. No, it's not entirely now. All right. We'll accept.
Why are you speaking? I let you speak.
We will
you're doing the interrupting thing. That's why I think you got methamphetamines in your bloodstream.
We will accept your concession. Thank you.
That's a good question. Are you on drugs?
Electric?
No, I wasn't talking to electric. Talking to you.
Yeah, I would like to not be interrupted in the middle of my argument, dude. Like every time I go to try to make a clear argument, you're talking through it to not comprehend it. That's just like that's the show.
Clear argument?
It's called funding mute.
Yeah, you're funding muting. Yeah.
Clear argument? That is debatable.
You did not comprehend what I said about Cavendish. I already know because you interrupted me.
Because you don't understand Cavendish.
Oh, you interrupted me because you think I don't understand Cavendish.
I know you don't.
You would know that I understand it because I was just explaining it.
All right. Electric has the floor. Explain the Cavendish experiment for us.
Yeah, the force of gravity, the vector is not always perfectly down relative to your reference frame because you say in your model that gravity is varying between the center of Earth, the barycenter between the Earth and the Sun, and the Sun. So therefore, it's not always pointing perfectly down, so you don't know if you truly isolated the force because you think you've isolated downward acceleration. It doesn't mean you've isolated all the angularity that force is actually going in. All right.
Garbage. First of all, there's no down. That's the first thing.
Oh, there's no down. First thing, there's no down.
Down is relative.
All right, continue.
Down is relative. Down is just below your eye.
That's exactly what I said. Yes, I said relative to your reference frame.
Yes. Oh, okay.
So I understand.
But the bottom line is you incorrectly mention words like vectors and all that stuff. That's not what this is about. And he did isolate the gravitational effect. What he did was
hang on. Do you know what a vector is? Do you know what a vector is?
So by balancing the torsion rod,
I actually really like watching this, Sean. I don't know what I'm getting a kick out of this for, but I can watch this shit.
Yeah. So
this is like Eagle flexing at his best. He heard some words and now he's saying it.
By balancing the torsion rods, you have basically isolated an effect, the gravitational force that is beneath the torsion rod. You've isolated.
Even the downward vector.
There's no such thing as downward.
You just called it downward yourself.
There's no such thing as downward. We don't.
You're claiming that you've isolated. You claim you isolated a downward force, but gravity isn't always
there's no downward. Sorry, for you guys, there's no downward.
Gravity in your model varies between the barycenter and Earth and the Sun.
There's no downward. The vector downward that they're knowing that you're saying is a downward vector. It's a direction.
Yeah, there's no downward vector. Sorry, that is just a placeholder for you guys to feel comfortable that something's beneath your eyes.
You guys. That's the funny part because I'm not. You can assume I'm them guys, but I just taught you how it works.
Hey, look, I am looking.
That's why your argument starts to fall short.
I am going to swivel my head towards the floor. I'm looking down. I'm looking. You see what I'm saying? Just because you swiveled your head to look to the
I have
floor,
no idea what the
that's
fuck
not
you're
down.
saying.
You just
It's not really
swiveled your
making much
head
sense.
to look at the floor. That's all
If
you
you're
did.
on the surface of Earth, there is a
There's
downward.
no downward. There's none.
Yeah.
There's no down. There's no up.
There's no downward.
There's no left.
Why are you saying
and
there's
no
no
right.
downward?
Why are you saying there's no downward?
There's no down. There's no up. There's no left, and there's no right.
What are you talking about right now?
It's cuckoo. It's cuckoo.
There is no brother. If somebody's
Why do
facing
you keep
you,
saying this?
if somebody's facing you, and you're looking at each other, which way is left? Hmm? There's no left. There's no right. There's no up. There's no down.
Stop strawmanning the globe.
Okay.
What the fuck are you doing right now? I'm so confused.
No. Well,
Okay.
Again.
Hang on. I want to go back. No, I want to go to your example. If two people are looking at each other, you understand that they both have a left. Now, here goes their follow-up question.
Oh, wow. They both have a left.
Hang on.
Which way is
I
left?
would then ask.
Which way is left?
Then I would
Which way is
ask.
left?
Yeah.
Which
Then
way
I
is
would
left?
shut up.
Which way is
Shut
left?
up. Then I would ask, which one would you like me to reference?
Oh, that's a different
to tell
thing.
you the left.
You added another variable. You added another variable to determine left. Therefore, left does not stand on its own. Thank you for making that point.
Left would refer the same word, the same way down needs a reference. Left and right needs a reference. The globe,
exactly.
The surface of the Earth is the reference. So why do you keep saying it's not the same thing? Why do you keep saying these stupid shit?
The surface of the Earth is not down. It's just the surface of the Earth.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, no, it's down.
No, it's not down. It's what is the surface? Because
you said the surface of Earth. Listen, because you said the surface of Earth, there is a reference. Therefore, I can tell you where
the
down
surface
is.
of the Earth.
Oh my God!
I can use the surface of the Earth and use down in two different sentences.
Please do. Let's hear it.
Yeah, one is an imagination land that doesn't apply to reality, right? And then there's the real one.
One is a concept. One is an actual place.
What's the concept and where's the place?
Down is the concept. Surface is the place.
No, I want you to explain it without using the fucking word to define it.
What? I didn't do that. What are you talking about?
Okay. I want you to give me an example of two downs.
Got their talking points. Your mind is clouded. You need to get rid of those talking points.
I want you to reference the two downs that you just referenced. Go ahead. Tell me.
Two downs? There's not even one down.
Down and down.
Oh, where are there two downs?
You said two. You said two.
I said there are two things. One is the surface, and another one, the word down, is a concept. That's all I'm saying to you. No downs.
Oh my
There's
God.
no downs. There's just a concept. Down is not a thing in our reality. There's no downs in our reality.
I get it
left or right.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, you see, you're religious.
And I'm gonna say
because God said
it's not a thing.
Like God said,
it's definitely not meth.
Jesus said he rose to heaven. Jesus said
yeah,
he
it's like
rose to heaven.
gas station horny goat weed or something.
In the Bible, Jesus said he rose to heaven. You see that? So in your mind, you're like, oh, up. He went up.
I was thinking this might be Branch. You remember Branch?
Yeah. No, this is.
He went up.
It's not Branch, but well, maybe it is.
He didn't go up. He just simply rose.
It's not Branch, but it's definitely Branch-like activity.
Yeah, like same type of trolling.
No, it's not trolling. I'm just giving you a reality.
No, it's trolling.
No, it's reality. You just don't like. I'm taking the word down from you, and you're getting mad. You're getting mad. Down is a religious thing in your paradigm.
But Star, why can't you have down? Why not?
Because okay, let me tell you why. If I tie a rope to your feet and then attach you to a branch of a tree, your head is now below your feet.
Now that he said that, now I'm questioning if it is branch.
So guess what?
Whoa, you're talking about tying me to a tree?
Hold on. So now, guess what? Guess what? When you look below your head now, when you look below your eyes, you're now looking at the clouds.
Which wouldn't be down.
Which okay, you see that? No, that's down.
Wait, why do you need to be upside down to prove your point?
That's down.
Again, hang on. Again, you referenced your orientation, so no, it's not.
Yes.
God damn it, you already said the person's upside. You said the person is upside down. You're the one arranging the orientation and giving a reference. But then you're upset.
I never use that.
Yeah. And then, okay. So now your thing is you just deny when you realize you fucked up.
I did not do that. I said I tie a rope to your feet, and then tie the other end of the rope to a branch.
I heard you.
Right, exactly. You're the one that then invoked upside down. I'm not sure why you did that.
Again, I'm not really in the mood to deal with you right now, troll.
I'm just letting you know. This is all reality. Mass goes to mass. Mass attracts mass. Mass doesn't go down to other mass.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is gravity a force or acceleration? Hello. Is gravity a force or acceleration?
Acceleration doesn't do stuff on its own. What is wrong with you? Come on, why are you asking dumb questions? Why do you ask dumb questions? Acceleration.
First of all, I asked you a question. Don't assume my position.
Hey,
do not assume. Do not assume my position. Hey,
acceleration. Acceleration. Move that bird. Acceleration. I want you to make acceleration move a bird. Go ahead, move acceleration.
I want to make acceleration shut you the fuck up for 5 seconds.
But why are you?
I want acceleration to stop selling you fucking meth.
Why are you comparing two different concepts?
I don't even know why I'm talking to you. This is my fault. I'm gonna shut the fuck up now.
I mean, acceleration doesn't do stuff. Something does something to make it accelerate. Force does that, right? I mean, come on now. This guy, man. Well, hey guys, join the scientific community, and the way to communicate in a scientific way. Do not communicate in feelings. I like the word down. It's just down. Don't take down away from me. I like going down. Join the scientific community and speak like a scientist.
You're the reason abortion should be illegal.
Because I am opening up your mind, and you don't like your mind opened. Oh Lord. Yeah. Hey, I want to be closed.
How does it feel to be just as batshit crazy as flat earthers?
No, flat earthers are crazy. I'm not. I'm speaking objective truth.
You are. You're a lunatic. You got fucking issues, bro.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, that's what crazy people say. Trust me, you're not.
You're the one that's hooked on down, not me.
You're the one who needs to be hooked on medication, bro.
Mass attracts mass. Mass goes to other mass. Right? It doesn't go down. It just goes to the mass. Wherever the mass is, it goes to it. If the mass was at an angle to the other mass, it would go there. So where's the mass traveling? It's traveling at an angle of 45 degrees. Like, okay. It's traveling on a what you call a hypotenuse. Oh wow,
On an incline, or is it an incline or a decline? So math goes where math is. That is what Cavendish told you. The Cavendish experiment, one of the most brilliant.
Cavendish didn't tell me shit. I've never talked to him. I swear, there are no emails or text messages between me and him.
Have you never? Do you know what the word colloquial means?
Do you know what the word "shut the fuck up" means?
Well, that's not a word. That's a phrase. Colloquial. When I say what Cavendish told you, is a reference to saying the results of the Cavendish experiments are. You see that?
Do you even know what the Cavendish was for? What was the original test?
Test? No. Mission.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Cavendish. It was a fucking test. You know that, right? Not an experiment. It was just called the Cavendish experiment, but it was a test. What was he testing? My question is, what was he testing?
All experiments are tests. What's going on with your mind?
Was he
your mind broken? All experiments are tests.
What was he testing?
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd like to learn about that too. What was Cavendish actually doing?
Cavendish is the most awesome experiment. They need to teach it more.
We understand that. Trust me, you're in a room full of people that agree. But I want to know if you know what was going on.
Yeah. What he did was isolated the gravitational force that pulls us to the ground. He isolated that one and was able to freely allow the gravitational force from the masses laterally. So he isolated that variable. Very lovely. Very well done, Cavendish. That guy needs to be resurrected. They need to put him in the middle of the Smithsonian as the baddest. The baddest.
Was he trying to measure something, or was that what he was doing? What was he measuring?
Yeah, we have a pretty good idea what Cavendish was doing with his experiments, but you seem to have a different opinion. So please tell us, what was Cavendish's test trying to test?
Cavendish measured the gravitational constant.
Yeah, I know, and not you.
Calculated by
No, not you. Come on.
Isaac Newton.
Yeah, we know that. I wanted to hear the opposing.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing we're interested in.
I-Star. We want to hear the opposing opinion.
What's the opposing opinion?
I don't think Isaac Newton ever talked about the gravitational constant.
Oh, absolutely he did. Yes, read his paper. The gravitational constant is in his paper. Go and read it. I read it.
Could you post? Do you have a link to it? Tell me where I can find it.
Okay, I'm when I find it, I'll let you know. So the gravitational constant is in his paper. That wasn't his mission, though. It wasn't his final goal. He had another goal. But the gravitational constant.
Wait.
It's like this. Hold on.
Wait, who are we talking about now? Cavendish or Newton?
Cavendish.
No, I guarantee you the gravitational constant is not in Cavendish's paper.
Yep, it is his paper. Yes,
I guarantee you it's not.
Yes, sir. Let's do it. But
hey, Star. Before you get before you dig yourself in a hole, hang on. Before you dig yourself in a hole, just understand you're talking to somebody that actually did Cavendish.
Oh, I did Cavendish.
No. Someone here that actually built it, and man, never mind. Why do I keep talking to him?
I did. It's like I'm on my way to the supermarket to buy peppers, right? Green peppers for the wife.
On my way there, I kicked a dog.
What?
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this. I'm going to the
Why
supermarket
you
to
kick
buy.
a dog?
I'm on my way to the supermarket to buy bell peppers. On my way there, I kicked a dog.
Why?
So I am going to now tell you about my experience. I started at 9. I started out at 6 p.m. I traveled a half a mile. And on my way to the supermarket, I saw a dog. I kicked it. The dog ran away. Then I continued to the supermarket, and I bought 4 peppers. You see that?
Why are you telling us this?
Yeah, for real.
What I'm trying to tell you is that the gravitational constant was not his final goal, but it was a variable in his process.
It is not. He absolutely never mentions the gravitational constant. That was never mentioned for 100 years until C.V. Boyd came along. Boys. Charles Vernon Boys is the first guy that actually talked about the gravitational constant.
No.
Cavendish did not do that.
Yes,
Trust
he did.
me. I've got his paper. I'll post his fucking paper.
Post his paper.
I'll tell you what. I'll post my paper, which has Cavendish's paper attached to it. How about that?
Post the paper that he presented to the Queen.
I will.
And then
presented to the Queen, by the way. That's not who it was presented to. The paper was presented to the Royal Society.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
No, you don't. You said it was presented to the fucking Queen.
That's the Royal. That's what I mean.
The Royal Society of England is not the goddamn Queen. Jesus Christ.
That's what I mean when I say Queen. Royal. That's
it. The Royal Society. You're going to have to be more specific. When you say Queen, you mean society. We can't figure you out.
Okay, so again, when you speak colloquially, you understand these things. Right?
Yeah, when you said Queen, we didn't understand it.
Why not? What's wrong with
you? Because it sounds like he was presenting it to Parliament or in some sort of ceremony, as opposed to a lecture.
The Queen is irrelevant. The Royal Society is irrelevant. His paper is the point. Gee whiz, these guys.
There you go. The first 50 or so pages of what I just posted is my paper. And the last 50 or so pages of it is the original Cavendish paper. Find gravitational constant in the Cavendish paper.
Yo, what's up? I'm back. I got a phone call. My bad. Is anybody gonna ever unmute Oblate? Like, come on, Oblate is chill, man. Why is he muted? I'll stare dramatically at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. Yeah, Renee, do you listen to Taylor Swift?
I actually like that song.
Me too. Dude, Taylor Swift is my favorite artist right now. I got hit by like a wave. I was unaware of her talent.
No, that song got me. The words in it, it's like, wow, it's actually a song.
I think she's brilliant, dude. She has this funny way of being melancholy.
If she was fat and ugly, would you have the same approach?
Wow.
I
don't know.
To be honest, she is not that great looking.
I don't know. I get that, but like I'm saying, if she was just like a beast, you know what I mean? She could still sing awesome. Keep on rooting for the anti-hero, but would you have the same?
Oh, hell no. She would have just been a good album.
I feel like if you're ugly, you can't make music that good. Like you're gonna end up making like black metal.
That's not true. There's a lot of ugly people that sing very well.
Yeah,
that's don't true. Sing ugly.
That's true.
Video killed the radio star.
Who's a butt ugly singer with a beautiful voice though?
Busta Rhymes.
Yo, Busta Rhymes is
that
dude was getting piped down. Him and Puff Daddy were hugging and kissing and but yeah, now you got me thinking, like, is Taylor Swift music so good because I actually think she's attractive, but whatever.
Dude, the anti-hero song, I admit, like the words, I really like the song. I'm really not a huge Swiftie, you know, but I like that song. I'm just saying, like, you know, Adele's a bit more attractive these days, but the original Adele, you know.
And she got famous like that, so that makes that let's keep it real.
She's Britain thick. Just pure with fish and chips.
I don't even know what Adele looks like.
You wouldn't know what she looks like now. If you knew what she looked like before, you wouldn't recognize her. Put it that way.
Oh, Adele's beautiful.
Not as pretty as Busta Rhymes.
Wait, she's not beautiful. What the fuck are you talking about? That's some only a mother can love shit.
Well, all right. Maybe you got different preferences.
I can't help but tell the truth. It's not my fault.
I don't know. I tell people that Lady Gaga's attractive, and they're like, "Well, that's a man." I'm like, whatever, dude.
You just wanted to poke her face.
Yeah, she wrote that song about me.
I feel like you're wrong. Right? She is definitely not attractive in any way.
I plan on doing some cell phone fasting coming up right now. I'm gonna do my best to not use my phone because I feel like I've just been using it so often for like years. It's like, dude, I've been fasting randomly. It's like, dude, I need to fast from my fucking phone.
Is it fasting?
Yeah, dude, I'm getting a kick out of fasting.
Wrong word.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know. Fasting from resisting using it, whatever. NASA's complaining about getting muted in Earth Awakening. It's like, dude, you're going around like screaming at everybody, interrupting.
That was great. He came in here and was like, what does that have to do with you proving it's the shape of the Earth? Tell me. Damn, coming in hot.
Yeah, dude, I was making such a sound. This made me think that NASA show is actually working for some anti-flat Earth agency, because I feel like I was making a dope argument and he just was not having it, just over talking, calling me a moron over and over again.
That's all he does.
Like, dude, if you want to actually rebuttal my point and make me feel like I'm wrong, engage with it. When you're doing the funding muting thing, I think you're a coward.
Next time he says, prove it's flat Earth, do me a favor and tell him because the Bible and your religion says so. Just say your religion says so. I want to see what his response is, because he claims that if a flat earther said it was for religious reasons, he would not attack him. That's his claim.
Okay, I'll definitely make sure.
I've seen him back off of that. I've seen it happen in real time.
I feel like you haven't. I don't think he's capable of it. He's a douche.
I guess we're currently rooting for the anti-hero right now.
Yeah, another really good song by Taylor Swift is Blank Space. In my opinion, that's her best song.
I think I've heard one song, but I don't know any of her songs.
Dude, I'm like on a whole like whimsical adventure, dude. Now that I know that her music is good, she just like keeps like surprising me with new songs. Like, I'll come across a song, I'll be like, oh my god, it's another banger. And I add it to my playlist. I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's full of unlocking secrets. It's awesome.
All right, I'm gonna have a bet with you somehow, Electric, and if I win, you have to change your name to Swifty.
Oh, dude, I'll do that anyway.
You can do that.
I want to lose this bet.
He's like, I lost. It's already changed.
All right, if I lose the bet, I got to change my name back to Electric. How about that? Give me 1 second. But what's the bet? What's going on?
Well, hang on. Wait until her and what's his face break up. Imagine her music. Imagine when they get a divorce. Man, that's gonna be an epic fucking album.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's gonna be crazy.
I think the bet could be if you engage with NASA's shill, if he backs off, if you say that you're religious.
Perfect. I accept this. All right. If he backs off, which is what you're thinking is gonna happen, you want me to change my name to Swift?
Yes.
Someone tag him.
Yeah, I'm into it. Let's shake on it. Here's the electronic handshake.
The electric shake.
Boogie woogie woogie.
I read Blue Marble's paper. Really smart people come from Tennessee for some odd reason.
Yeah, dude, I'm coming to really like Tennessee. I've only been out here since September 2024. At first, it was very, very difficult, but now I'm starting to like it.
Yeah, I left California and came to Texas, and I would never move back to California.
Where in California?
San Diego.
Okay, I really like the San Francisco area. I actually dream about going back there one day.
The closest I've been is the Delta area. Deltas. That's the closest I've been to San Francisco. You know, I'm talking about like Sacramento.
I've never been by Sacramento.
But you know what the deltas are, right? Like the whole river system and all that shit.
It just floods all the time there.
Yeah, don't they get hit with natural disasters like very often?
Yeah.
Earthquakes.
No, Sacramento. Like Sacramento floods like all the time, like downtown.
Oh yeah. That's because of the delta.
Yeah, we had an event delayed because of that one time. It was crazy.
Are you in the Sacramento area? I'm sorry.
No, we would play there sometimes.
So what do you think, Renee? You think NASA Shill is a suspect?
He loves the engagement. He loves the combat. He comes here for combat. He doesn't come here for conversation. You know what I mean? That's just who he is.
He's a globe liability.
Well, the thing is he doesn't not tell the truth. He's telling actual facts and things. It's the way he's presenting it is the problem for the people hearing it. But the truth isn't easy, you know.
Yeah, but people skills should be at least worked towards.
He could be quote unquote nicer, you know, but at the same time, you know, he is who he is, and he's going to do what he does.
Don't worry. You'll get a year of NASA, and you'll be saying the same shit. You'll be like, shut. Listen, every time I see him, I'm like, shut the fuck up, NASA.
Oh, dude, there's so many times where like we'll just be having like sometimes there's just no flat earthers, and like we're just having a conversation, you know. And like he'll come in and then like a question's being asked and we're not like there's no one asking the question incredulously, you know. Someone's asking the question like, hey, I heard a flat earther say this or something like that, you know. Then like immediately you'll hone in on who said it and like I'll just go, NASA, I believe the earth is a globe. I'm literally just asking a question. And he backs off, you know.
You gotta worry about friendly fire. That's a friendly.
Yeah.
Because he's gonna pull that trigger so quick.
Oh, he's like, oh yeah, and, like he's like, I don't know if you ever see that movie Michael with John Travolta. He was like the angel. Yeah, that's NASA. Battle every time you see something. Battle.
I think he really is a paid NASA Shill.
I think he's just a really old dude that he fucking has nothing to do with his time.
Dude, I would love to get paid to go on Discord and yell at people. If that could be a job I could find, I'd do it. Like seriously, it'd be awesome.
That's what I'm trying to do, dude. I actually earned $11 on my Twitch, but I can't withdraw it until I earn 50.
Like, yeah.
But yeah, dude, I never would have thought I would have earned money just playing Tony Hawk and screaming about the shape of the earth, dude.
That'd be awesome. I'm so like enthralled with the Sean G construction project. Like I literally logged back in and I was like, yes, he's loading the truck.
Literally, this is a commodity, dude. This is so entertaining.
Oh yes, the truck's back. Yes.
I know how I feel every time I see it coming up around the corner.
Oh yeah, the truck that comes back, dude.
Oh, dude, oh man, I have a call. I gotta go. Oh, the truck just got back. I'll be back.
Yeah, I gotta go fuck around and fucking. I haven't eaten anything yet today. All this fasting. All right, I'm gonna go get food.
Yep.
Oh, Sean, have you heard these guys that are in Earth Awakenings now? This guy, Word Salad, and what was the other dude's name?
Isn't he like super irate?
He sounds like Tarafa Yah. It's so weird. It's like I've never seen him before. Oh, what?
I don't really go over there that much, or I pop in and pop out. I know a lot of people are like popping into Earth Awakenings and like the other places because of politics. So a lot of them are finding out about flat Earth.
That's true. Yeah, this dude named Word Salad. He's got the same exact. He's like Tarafa Yah 2.0. It's the same person. Because they're like, well, how do you know that? Well, my religion says that it's flat. Like, it's the same fucking thing. It's like thing one and thing two. I don't know. It bugs me out. It makes me think that they just like, I don't know. They need reinforcements. Like they need fake flat earthers. They need like the fake. I don't know. Otherwise, it really would just be Jeremy by himself. All right, I'll try to come back ASAP. I'm gonna do this thing. All right, peace, bro. What you're doing is actually very entertaining. You should go live at work more often, dude.
I'll think about it. Look, the train's coming.
Oh shit. Nice. All right, peace for now.
All right, so Sean is doing some excavation. Sean, we're digging for gold.
Yep, gold, lots of gold. It's here somewhere, damn it. I just gotta find it. Now we're digging a cold well for drainage.
I see. Here's another thing about the heliocentric model. Gold is not produced naturally on the earth. Did you guys know that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Tell us, genies, where does gold come from?
It comes from another star that died.
Uranus?
No, the sun is a second or third generation sun. Did you know that?
So you think that it's from somewhere else. So then why, when it got here, did it not go over one layer?
Did it what?
Why don't we find it deposits of gold in only one sediment layer? Right? Because you're saying it would have been a reaction of some type of impact, right?
Is a sun that went supernova many billions years ago, and is the dust from that sun is what formed our sun. In that dust and in that material was gold that was left over from that nova.
So are you saying our sun is gold?
Our sun contains our sun is making gold. It does that. But the earth,
oh my god! Oh, well, there's the crazy gold part.
Yes, the material.
I call it the sound wave.
The materials in our earth, like gold, is from another sun that died many billions of years ago.
What are you on right now? I'm not making fun. I want some.
No, this is just a fact. Our sun is a second generation sun. Second or third, one of them. The sun was formed from a nebula that was left over from a supernova of a larger system of some sort. The earliest suns in our universe did not contain gold or anything. It made it, and then they went nova and created these large.
You understand what you're saying is not a fact, it is a hypothesis?
I would say more like a scientific theory.
I would say more of a hypothesis.
No, it's a theory.
I don't think it's a theory.
Yes, sir. Look it up. Gold is not naturally. Gold is not from Earth. It is from a leftover Earth. I mean, sun.
Again, speculate. I'm not even going to call it a hypothesis. Now I'm going to say a speculation.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to read it to you so you can understand.
I don't want you to read it to me. I like living life assuming you're wrong.
It
makes me feel warm inside.
What? Okay, well, I'm happy to have made your day, brother. Hey, this that's not complicated. Hey, let me think about what iStar is thinking. What I'm going to think about iStar's garbage theory and go to sleep. This is great.
You're going to go to sleep? Is that what you said?
No, I'm saying you say it makes you feel warm and fuzzy. Me not telling you or reading this stuff to you. So this is good. So you're going to be a happy person going forward to know that this theory that I put forward could be garbage.
A theory or is it a scientific theory?
Well, it's scientific theory. It is. But my thing is, you know, like Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus and those other guys.
So show me the evidence that science has procured to make that a scientific theory.
Yeah, gold is not from here. No, I'm gonna post the paper. Gold is not from Earth. It's alien.
So it's not. So you're gonna read me a hypothesis.
No, I'm gonna read you the scientific paper that says gold is alien to our world. Gold is alien.
You're alien to this world.
Hold on. I'm gonna Google it. Is gold alien? I'm gonna Google it like that.
I thought you said you had a paper. Don't Google it. Did the paper say hypothesis? Don't be upset. Oh, they cut off one of my trucks. I will be right back.
Emacs still muted.